can see my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. since you felt like this.
I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. If you ain't talking money, don't talk to me. I be over here where the bosses be. Pockets on thick, cause I eat my greens. Way too hot, 3,000 degrees. No pictures, please. Cameras flashing, I'm VIP, I'm a big deal. My life a movie, I'm the one they wanna be still. And I'm a queen, yeah. Keep it real, yeah. I keep my circle tighter than an earring piercing. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. And they all wanna come to my yard, ice me out and leave me alone. You know I be popping off, switching lanes, swiping cars. They're throwing them bags at me, cause obviously I am a star. Run up a check with me, I'll make it rain, I got the funds. That's what I do for fun. I know that you want some, so stop playing games and go run and get you some.
Sod it. Let's go. Welcome back, everyone. First and foremost, I got my aircon on. Bloody hot. All right? We're keeping it on. Enough being done. Anyway, that's enough of the Essexisms. What we got going on today? We have the last chance, last day. So the final 6 games, where we actually get to determine who are going to be our top 8 teams that are going to be going through. And it's key, because the leaderboard is pretty tight. So there are some teams that are close. There's some teams that will be able to get potentially a good game underneath their belt and will find themselves in the top 8. It does mean every game that goes, we're going to see a potential where some of these teams are going to kind of drive forward and maybe get a victory. And there'll be, I kind of feel like the top 2, top 3 are kind of set at the moment. Could change, don't get me wrong. I think Ascend exploded yesterday into the scene. Not to the scene, but into the last chance scene, should we say, and actually delivered what they should have delivered through the group. So, good. They were okay, fine. They clashed with Voptrox. Voptrox played really well as well. They sort of worked their way up as well. Foot Esports looking good. TMO dropped out. There's a fight between those 2 teams going on as well. And I think Foot really put like kind of a staple into that. It's like, hey, you pushed me, and they were chasing that leaderboard, right? And albeit that's all well and good, but actually, arguably, they had to make a statement at that point. Contestants getting 2 victories yesterday, done well. I think the first one was a bit of a fluff. They would have liked to potentially had a little bit more under their belt when it came down to actually victory. But they got the victory. They didn't get the kills, but they did get the kills in the second one. Fairy Tail playing outstanding. Hype Beast, oh my god, showing up. And I said before, this is a team for me that shouldn't be going to the last chance. They're a team that they get kind of the next step every single time. And I don't like seeing them in the last chance. I think they should deserve a spot in a top 8 in closed qualifiers anyway. Hive started to show up at the very, very end. The stacked lobby. And Hive arguably is a team that I'm a little bit shaky about in the context that actually, I think they should be doing better. They should be more on the ball when it comes down to actually performing. But at the moment, like, it's hit and miss. Like that roster's stacked, right? It's a super stacked roster. Sorry, guys, I've got to do some stuff just to get stuff working. So I'm a little bit surprised about them. Let me do the map stream as well. Map stream is right in front of me. Laptop here, PC here, overheating here. Anyway, we've got live leaderboards, don't worry. Back to Hive. So Hive on paper are super stacked anyway, so I think they're a team that should be driving forward. The bottom half of the leaderboard at the moment. Now, am I shocked by it? No. TMO, I think, is an interesting one. Like, take risks. They're hit and miss. They could be up there. 4 PM should be performing, but they haven't been firing on half the cylinders. They're on all cylinders. So they really need to step up. Oh, I know Esports had the capabilities of doing it, but it's not doing it. Redline could be hit and miss. It's the end of the journey. Potentially, UST have been the same. RFI, TMO, I think they're my 2 biggest. I think they're a shock at the moment, right? They should be better, but they're not performing. They're not actually driving forward. As a result, that's why they find themselves on the bottom side of the leaderboard. But what does it mean? Doesn't mean too much at the moment. The cut-off at the moment is 29 points. Some of these teams we're going to see in a second are in and around that mark anyway. So one good game here is going to skyrocket him. Doesn't mean this is going to be explosive. With no further ado, it's enough of me waffling. We're actually starting on time today. It's Erangel. Let's go. Here we go. It's the map. Technically 7. Technically 7. I've got to go as according to the map stream because there's some kind of structure involved. Like, who dares gives me some structure? I used a free spirit before. Not now. Got some structure. Flight path flow for this game number 7 is an east out cross to a ward. The west does go through the heart, does go through the soul. The old school, the grassy pastures of Erangel. Let's go back to my waffling about some of these teams. TMO, I think should be doing better. Should be doing better. They're kind of clashing heads with Footy Sports, and Footy Sports had the depth, the experience to send them packing. The other one for me is RFI, room for improvement. I want to give a big shout. Right, the team's stacked anyway, but personally, I don't know about you guys and girls in chat, but Tommy, like, he's impressed me this event. Impressed me. Like, watching the guys through their POV streams. Marbo, cracked anyway, he's got his obviously streaming all the time. But then, like, just to kind of, like, see, like, how he's kind of holding it together is insane. Absolutely insane. How much? Do you know if anyone's broadcasting the scrims? No, there are no, there are scrims on, but no one's broadcasting, unfortunately. I'm here. I'm so super sorry. I'm going to be here. Well, flight path starts early. So does the zone. Funny enough, we get a bit of a mover and a shaker. Feels old school. A couple of patches ago, we used to get this all the time. Let's go down towards that bottom side. The bottom southeast corner early on the map. Back to Tommy Bob. I think he's super impressed anyway. So I want to see what they can do. RFI team on the current cutoff point at the moment. Zico taking a couple of shots. We can do some cinematic stuff because we can talk about the leaderboard, and that's what we want to look for there. So Ascend at the top. Look, they got their 60 points. Well deserved, right? Well deserved. Oh my God, the chat flying up with the German love and the community. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Big support for Team Ascend, and for Voltrox as well, who made their way into a top 8. So all German teams are in cut-off point at the moment. CS mentioned before, done played well. One of the wins not as strong based upon their location. They didn't really get the zone, but they was able to play out from there, which is all good. Fairy Tale, consistent team, doing well. Hypebeast the same. I think Hypebeast is a little bit ahead of Fairy Tale. Maybe not. I think they're in and about the same size for me. But I'm starting to think potentially that 1 to 4 might be a lockout. Okay, I do. Obviously, Fairy Tale and Hypebeast need to have a good start here. We've only got 6 games, remember, but they need to have a good start in order to show what they can bring to the table and make sure they do secure their spot. Whirlpool Sword, the unhidden gem, the rough diamond in the mix. Doing well, doing really well. 48 points for them. Again, finding themselves in Footy Sports had a bad start. They was able to kind of salvage. I feel like I got a lot of love and respect for the guys. Footy Sports, a lot of love, a lot of time. T-Bone, Pixel Ainty, even the new boy Scav. Got a lot of time for the team, but they can't rely on one game. If they rely on one game again today, I think there's a question whether they go through and go out. And I know there'll be people in chat. I know T-Bone's going to watch the VOD back and give me some grief for it, okay? But they need to perform, and performance is not based upon one luck of a game. They need to ensure they get through. I just feel like that last weekend, this last chance, it feels not consistent enough for me at the moment for them. And as a result, they find themselves above the cutoff line at 40. And there was a big statement at the very, very end when it came down to their push with TMO. But it's not going to be enough. They can't be relying on things like this. Hypebeast now pushing in for TMO, a team which needs to try and hold out as he goes for the full set. Needix on the defense now. They scrabble through the other side. They've made some noise. They are on a slight split though. So be cautious. That's why we see them kind of sneaking out the back here. Sparta goes on the inside. Needix goes on the outside. Enough for them. They've not been picked up. But here comes the taxi service from Justice. So a couple of Bolty and Hypebeast show you their presence. And TMO, unfortunately, have to bow and make way. Good bowing there, Needix. Thanks, mate. Voltro's moving. Hypebeast aggressive moving. Vop also said the diamond in the rough. Good team, like it's a consistent team as well, and they go under the radar quite a bit at the time. It's about a foot. Hive on paper should be so much higher, right, guys? Should be so much higher. just not, again, there's no synergy. There's something's off at the moment. I don't know what. They're above the cut-off line. Let's see if they can drive forward. Talk about driving forward. Well, they're driving forward now as UST. You have to go for a dip. They've had to land. Got to turn. They're across the coastal service. Actually, the wide splits worked out for them this time. Able to get a knock. It's a early engagement here. Purple sword. You get Needix on the other side, so they've lost one in the compound. They are trying to defend this south coast. I've moved their way in. I want to see more consistency from this team. Potential Vuptrox though on the cut. The precipice of 29. They need a good game. Early rotation for them. Gwen, legend. Good streamer as well. He's obviously got his POV up as well, so go give him some love. RF5 I've mentioned before. S4 Savage. I think they're a bit of a diamond in the rough as well. I think they could be doing a lot better, and they're getting caught. I'm talking about getting caught at the moment. That is boys from Foot Esports. 1-for-1. Pixel down. T-Bone has to get a map back in. 0-1-0. Chasing him down. Pops the smoke. Gonna give him some time maybe just to get a med back on. Scrabbles his way into the bottom corner. It's gonna be heard. He needs reinforcements. I don't know what the guys are scrabbling his way. Scav's next on the agenda. T-Bone has moved outside. Car gonna be rotating around the smoke. If I take the X-ray off, it's pretty bloomed. So Rose has got close enough now. T-Bone lost smoke. He's just at the moment full delay at the moment. Scav is coming as fast as he can. Thinks he's a little bit further afield. Needs to be cautious about his approach in. Now going for the upstairs. They would have seen the movement because they've got the high ground here. Those on the outside. Now comes the reinforcements. Come on the inside. T-Bone store back into the corner here. This is not what Foot need at all. Is not far, but he really needs to identify his player on the outside. He can't help T-Bone here. T-Bone helping what he can. He's on fire. He's able just to get that sorted. Scav needs to collapse. Blue zone. He'll be able to med through that, but I think this is T-Bone done. That's a double. He's gone. That might be the call just to give up. They've got to go. Foot Esports now down for 2. They've been caught. 0-1-0 Esports picking up desperate kills they need. We're driving them forward, but worries me. Worries me. Can they pick up ship list? Have a look over the top here. Done enough. You can see getting the shots that we all dream we could. Gets one back at least. That's 2. 2 for 2. Ensured destruction on both. Pixel definitely was going for that glider. Guarantee that. If I was to go look over there, somewhere his dead box will be. Keep an eye on zone. Ascend work their way in. Savage now on the outside. A little bit of backwards and forwards here between contesters and 4 PM as it goes to round robins between Hypebeast, TMO, and Voptrox. And I don't know if the call here. Let's have a quick look at the map actually and look at the pins. I think the call for the guys, them to go. They're making a move yet. They're gone. Always big love for streaming these matches. You're most welcome. There is an agenda why I'm here, but I can't tell you. But I learn by watching. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Obviously, I can't say. But you guys know what I mean. You guys now know how I learn about players like Seifu being the laser that he is. Ascend making a push. Seifu needs to dig deep at the moment. Get out of the tree line. Seifu's there. Underneath the car. Gets another one. His tippy toe is getting shot. But he gets swung on the other side. Krem. It's a bit higher up. Don't know if he's going to be able to provide the cover needed. Does get a couple of shots on. It's not going to be enough. Ascend. Have a little bit of freedom at the moment. And I'd argue to say they're qualified. One down. And A comes over. That's perfect. Pinpoint accurate, though. Haynes will eventually fall. They lose Seifu, and they should be able to get the res back on. Footstore coming RFI. Headline, go for the full send. So, no surprise we've lost an element of water. No surprise we've also lost a huge amount of the military islands. Launches, can't launch away. Nail it, the parachuter of doom. We'll finish one of Op trucks. They're a little bit greedy here. Good timing for red line on that E pickup. We're coming in. Scavenger guys now work their way in. It's interesting to see how these other teams are going to rotate round. Savage reposition round. But look at this. Fairy Tale, again, huge knowledge of the game. Great team. Really good on Miramar. Really good on Miramar. Not saying they're not great on the other maps, but very strong on Miramar. They're just repositioning, trying to catch this rotation. There's the first shots. Now Amalova will get some as well. Trying to get one of the tyres out. They go full send at the moment. Don't roll into the water. Keeping 4 wheels on. They're good to go. UST having a look over the top of Vorpal's sword. For arrive. I suppose salvage what you can now out of a Geo. R2 fell. Bolt action shots towards Vorpal's sword. They don't need to leave their keyboard, their compound just yet. UST should get the opportunity. There's a flare gun to pick up that. They've got the boat there as well. There's another drop which is tempting a little bit further infield. Savage. No one in middle power. No one in middle power. That is insane. Hive holding the outside. CS again taking a little bit of the area that we've seen that 4 PM had. So they've moved in after hearing the commotion from Ascendant, which have worked their way in. Look, Ascender out. Like, am I worried? No. As I said before, I kind of argue to say, at this point, Ascender through. Like, I think anything above that kind of high 40, 50 mark, you're looking at qualification. I know that writes out half those teams in there. So that's me saying Ascend, Hypebeast, CS, and FT. Fairy Tale Contesters, Hypebeast, and Ascend are through. They would need to have a shocker today. And the other teams would need to have an insane push. It is the road to EWC. It is the glory stage. And this is the last chance for these teams. Obviously, pinpoint the name, right? Are there teams out there that are more hungry for it? Are they not willing to ensure that their journey ends here? Well, we'll have to wait and see. RFI looking now to take to the skies, maybe. Zone shift obviously giving up some of that water. I don't need to, but I thought it might send one over. UST happy. Again, we're going to lose the water, so expect the hard shift again. CS going to sort of reinforce this a little bit. RFI have to try and drive their way forward. This is why you kind of see CS now repositioning here. SnapX again, been really good in his qualifiers. There's 1, there's 2 for him. Looking for the confirmation though. The anchor play for RFI, keeping the bodies up, was not going to be the case here. Full denial of entry here. Full denial. 4 PM. After losing bodies again, losing position. They can't really push into this. Melbourne holding an anchor for them. Tommy with the car disengaging. They've got to find a new path in here. Just didn't hear him, didn't see him. They held out. 0-0 find their way in. Footy Sports find their way into Milta. Take risk with our potato door. See Scav moving over. Ain't see taking some shots. They need to claw as much as they can now from this. Hive, again, they're a team above the point gap at the moment, but it felt rough for them to get there. Not as smooth as I'd expect this team on paper to perform. Right the way through. Phase number 3, obviously. Catching an eye on what else is going on here. 4-push-man can't really get out of this trench. There's a big gap to move up from, and I do feel like they're going to be losing some of their cars, so moving down is not always going to be an easy option as well. The send cars pretty much tanked here. This one is a no-goer as well, for obvious reasons. Full send. Now, which way do we get in? Tommy's car might be spent a couple more shots. It's found entry. Held the corner. It's in. RFI. I need to move. We'll just double that one up. RFI. We happy where they are at the moment. So, it's going to work its way down now. Football sword. Looking for an EP. That EP is going up as well. So, we're going to have 2 in the skies. Pretty much, they are pretty covered here. Try a long nade. Maybe not. Zone tightens down. Vorpal sword. Don't need to get off there. Let go. Zubida's going for it. No, I thought he might go for a little bit of scalp. UST will go though. Surely. Let's check and see if they've gone over. They haven't. UST might want to take that one now. Red line. E pickup worked early for them. Justice gets presented. Rough here. Really rough here. Another one down. Shingen gonna try and hold. Rocks up. They've just got to weather the storm maybe a little bit here. Not gonna be apart from. They're just gonna be able to punish. That's it. RFI go down. They try crashing their way in. We love Tommy. Big up. Yeah, mate, we do. Impressed. Impressed at the moment. Okay, guys, I'm on a 50-minute delay. So, apologies. I always keep up to date with chat and stuff like that. I'm surprised that they've landed in the same spot that they've just lost their other 2 bodies, but it's a little, that's a little trench I can get to. Not going to be the case. Go down to a 1. Oh, and oh. Down to a duo. They're going for a send-in. Fortunately for some of these teams that are quite late, it's going to be very difficult to live here. They're just going to be absolutely battered by the teams that are in position. Sparta gets the steal. L, red line, gets the knock. Melbourne now making a push down. Looking to try and conquer. Just checking everything's working. That's working. Take risk. Player logos are there. Hi all. How's everyone today? Good. YouTube is on. Twitch is on. Map stream is on. Perfect. Melbourne. Aims for 1. You know, take over here. 2 blue zone nades surely upstairs. We'll get it done. SnapX has got other ideas. M249 in hands. They come driving out. They jump out, stab him in the back. Nice conversion. Molly to the face here. That is a spicy way to defend. Full send. Open the door. Molly to the face. Bosh. Can't push in here, mate. CS90 trying to work their way down. Still dancing the dance. Here comes the other car. He's able just to try and hold. Hear the click. Now backs away slightly. Oh, Nate in. Melman delivered. Postal man delivered. Now hold. Zone shift though further afield. TMO, despite losing 1 early, they're going to be happy with this. Rest of these teams, unfortunately, need to get moving. It's going to be difficult. Unfortunately for Footy Sports, they've kind of worked their way in, worked their way across, and then it shifts back their way. I suppose we'd take risk in front. There wasn't really much more they could do. It'll be difficult. So to kind of move out here, and I think a part of that, look at the obviously it's going to be who doesn't move first sometimes, right? Some of these teams that are looking to kind of crash in, like sometimes staying a bit later, works out more advantageous for the team. Vorex though works in with the power of nod, claims for one. This is what I mean. A Hype Beast Fairy Tail come late now. Vorex is in a difficult situation. Like, he can't move from here. Fairy Tail will be looking for a crash. CS just got destroyed. Red Line's not going to allow him to tighten up. So for Vorex, it's about survivability, denial entry points, like ensure you can get as much as you can. 12 teams now remain. Fairy Tail got to get going. Hoping maybe part of that crash from CS, they could have looked for a backfill. 0-0 going to find themselves now with neighbours as the tank traps are out. 1-2 goes by. A couple of shots will go through. Fairy Tail continue on their way. Hive there as well. They pull short. Carney runs over Brightside. He literally stops it with his foot. Nade comes in. That should be good. There's a barrage of nades. 1-2 down. Explosive end for this part of Fairy Tail. They're down to 1. Bombelovo is on the run in. Hype Beast late to come in. As I said before, it's about coming in late. Initial shots coming in from the Grozer from Grinex was huge. Keta, nade in hand. Big move, but Tiska helps out Hype Beast, but it's going to be backstabbed from Zico from behind. And K-Sodo from 010 Esports. They've not covered their back. They're looking to drive forward here. S4 Grinex should be looking at this one as an opportunity to drive forward if he can. The car rolls in front. The nade cooks. It's a bit of a throwaway. It bounces quite nicely, nearly getting a confirmation on the board. It's not going to go as it goes to 010. Difficult. Hopefully the Dorito don't flatten everyone. We'll stay here just in case. The ball recover is good, but can punish. Nitro looks to go for that fortification. Grinex will try and hold. They're going to be okay at the moment. No need for them to push around. Bombelovo finds his way in as well. But Kaiso is under barrage of mollies, and that one's good. Goes for the car. You know, you get the extra medication in the car. He's not on the fire. Bombelovo doesn't see him. Eventually gets picked up by Nods. Absolutely love it. The boys from Redline are happy here. I feel like they just need to try and get as much as they can on the other side. Scar's there. Gwyneth goes over the top. Now trying to hold. There comes the flash. He'll go through. Goes past. Does catch 1 and 2. Has to go for the repeat. Nitro going to be there, but not going to be good enough for 2. Gets 1, but they're able to stack the bodies over the trench and not far away. And unfortunately for Savage, they are no more. The boys for Redline are loving this because the zone continues to shift round, continuing to give them love and glory in this match number 7. They need to try and defend off as much as they can, where they can. And Footy Sports, well, they found themselves in a shared compound. That's the shed. Whoa, on the roof. Ainsley, run! Police come in. Surely they've got to deal with him, right? They know he's going to be in this barrage, but I don't think they can actually get a molly into that corner. They have to push this because they're kind of outside the zone. They've got the elevation here, which is really good. Well, they had the elevation. They both jumped down. Team jumped down. Synchronize Vorex. Telling the boys to go down. Nate goes up. And he continues to hold, waiting for the footsteps on the outside. Not going to be here just yet. Provide some smoke. That's going to allow him to kind of be a little bit creative. He's going to double blue zone, go back into the other corner. That is huge. We've seen this. This is a pixel move. It's caused damage. He kind of does need to put one a little bit lower down. He's ensuring he only gets through to 1. Be enough to damage him. Let's see if he wants to drive forward now. Gets the med back on. Bombelover goes down a Sparta. The boys need to charge out, and they did. Oh, no, they haven't actually. So they still need to charge up. They're on the hold. Near body's coming down. He needs to flash himself. Flash. Oh! But his sports just outside the placement point. They salvaged something out of it, but not a lot. Does it show you at 720? I got 1080. Double check another source. I got 1080 as well. Might be connection limitation. If not, hit YouTube. YouTube, you're going to get a lot more love over there. Team are going to be the first to move now. Surely they're going to lose this shift. Reposition the cars. Keep them in. Phase number 6. Get that shift to go away. And plays back. Red line. This is looking for the red line. Is this red line's day 2? Are they going to ensure? This is tough, right? Really tough for Hive. They just need to keep their head down here. Take risk becoming a neighbours. I actually thought they were going round. They did take a couple of shots over the top. Shinken gets justice. Get in there, we'll pop the smoke. Don't forget, if you're on the map stream, they sent me their logos. They wanted the logos up today. They wanted the player profiles. Confident from these boys. It's confident. What we'd like to see. Flash is going over the top. So Flash in the open train. Hive know what's coming their way. They will try now and hold some kind of fortification. What is the util like? 3 nades, 2 smokes. Oh, painful. Maybe 2 smokes over the top and then wait for the... Use it to get the cars going. Maybe. Take a risk and found their way in. Myth off are going to be last in. They might be the myth of this lobby after that. Take Risker on the move. Abdulmur in the car. He's going to go around using Trench's advantage, keeping as low down as possible. Red line still holding the compound. Nod just gets enough one. These guys are just insane. Like, they're just getting kill after kill at the moment. All 5. Getting closer towards that line. Here comes the deployable cover. It's going to stop the cars moving in. That's going to be enough use for the move forward. The battleground is set. Zico gets involved. He's just insane. Like, there's not converting all the kills. I kind of get that, right? But this team is... Look at that. Not even looking for TMO. They know the pressure's coming in. They're going to put out, make the play. But, oh, my God. Dante knows. He spins up for... Oh, huge nade goes in. Rocks down to a 1-shot. This is not going to help. Take Risk needs to get involved as well. Nade's going back. It's all going TMO's way. As they are falling. They're under the barrage of Take Risk. They're not being as ballsy when it comes down to red line. Blue zone, over the top. That one's going to be short. Dante's confirmed. Schengen's down for a 1. Rocks does go down. Huge nade comes in. This is massive from them. Big play. Don't know how I capture everything. Tiska losing cover. Now we see Take Risk going to make the play over. 2 kills for them. It's a top 4 scenario. Red line still with the 4. Hive actually have 2. Voptrox have 3. And Take Risk moving through. Hive going to take 4th place now. Red line are 4 sends forward. They're sweeping the outside edge. Can they get more conversions? They should have to util. They should have to cover. Voptrox lay in wait. The Wolf Pack will wait for this one to finish. Abdullah is just going to hold. Abdul holds aggressively, to be fair. He's taking a 3-on-1 scenario. Billionaire on one side. Zico, King of the Hill, is looking to get the conversion. Now they're getting the reward. 9 kills here from Red Line. There are a few more away. A win and a hand of a couple of kills will put them not just above the line, but securely above the line as well. Is day number 2 going to be a team which, I'm going to say, I thought might be the end of their journey. Maybe they've got the drive, the inner fire that wants them to get to the next stage. They want a ticket to the final, but let's see if they can punch a ticket here now. 4 versus 3 versus 3. All parties have a position in. Red line go back to the safety of the hole that they have in the compound. Zico is praying, looking, hoping. He's got the height advantage. He should be able to see these players move in. Voptrox on the other hand. They in zone? They're not in zone. They've got to move forward here. Right, so 2 kills, 3 kills for Voptrox. Able to tie back up. Remember, that was the survivability for him to try and hold out. Zico sees now, right? Where's he pop the smoke? Pop the smoke at the ends? Like, I'll give him a bit of freedom. Now keep them up here, right? Here comes the dot. So 3 teams now will have to drive their way forward. The rest of the guys from Voptrox is there. They swing around. We're exposed to rock, but not going to be the case. Take risk going back the other way. They want to take the fight now with Voptrox. Zico has seen Vorix. Couple of shots come through. Util is completely spent. Maybe Voptrox has got Util. Not really. Redline has not just Util. They've got the desire to win. That nade, not bad. Here comes more Doritos. Sits in the middle. Gets one. Vox will go down. Voptrox might have the end of the road. The Wolves haven't been able to activate. They're going to continue to lay and wait. Frag IQ. Frag Rock is in. Gets a conversion. It's a big powerhouse battle. Nod will fall. Ivers whips his way around the outside. Pop a flash over the other side. Down to Nailip and Zico now to try and get the hold. As Take Risk kind of drive forward. Another flash goes over. They're spending the util. 3 kills at the moment. Voptrox will take 3rd place. 4 versus 3. It's Billionaire underneath the highs. Underneath the eyesight. He steps out aggressively, expecting to see a player, but not going to be the case. Zico still waits and listens. Watches as the zone continues to work its way in. Match number 7. And no one wants to give an inch, let alone a mile. Zico one side, Nod holds the middle. Billionaire tries to make the peak around the outside. Frag on one. Abdul wraps his around the other way, but he gets caught. Down to the final player. Frag IQ is going to be match set. They've gone full red line. They've gone to the full set, and then it's a win with 23 points. I said a couple more kills. I said if they get a win, that's going to secure their spot. That is going to skyrocket that team up higher up in the leaderboard. I thought they were out. I generally thought they might be out, right? But after that, something in here in Redline's team is saying, we want to get through. We're not ready, Mark. We are not done with this competition. They bring the first game home. Good play for them. A couple of early losses. Happens. Ascender, I think, already qualifies. So don't worry too much. Let's see what happens. Good to see Voptrox, though. At the end, they're also going to be helping them on the leaderboard. But we've only got one more Erangel left over for the last chance. Take a quick break. When we come back, it should be a short break. It should be 5 minutes. We don't have any players disconnect or power outages or alien invasions. We'll come back. It'll be our final Erangel. So don't go anywhere. See you guys in a few. Here we go. Number 8. Well, no, number 2 today. Observing a little bit off, so apologies. I'll get better. The E's like red. So is it like Zeko? Red, Zek? I don't know. Zico sounds cool as hell though, I'm not gonna lie. Play path is on a return flight path there. As we're coming from a west across to an east, back through the middle, through the heart, through the soul. That is the grassy pastures of Erangel. Not too bad for a lot of these teams. They will be happy with the likelihood that they can get to the drop spot they want to. But for Redline, it looked good. They looked strong. They had a point to prove, and they proved me wrong. Now they find themselves in a driving spot, in a driving seat, to ensure that they might be in question for a top 8. They have to hold on to it, though. They do have to hold on to it. But It's waiting fine for the zone. A couple of people asked me on YouTube, how does it work? So we're on the last chance. So last weekend we had the closed qualifiers. So there was open qualifiers before where you and new friends could sign up and be a part of the EWC or the road towards EWC. We're still on the road. It's a long journey. Work your way down the groups. They halve every single time until we got to the closed qualifiers, which I said was last weekend. And in the closed qualifiers, we looked at taking a top 8 through to the finals. So those top 8, they were secure on Sunday. They're already sitting back, watching, waiting. Some of them even in chatting away. Some of them are playing scrims also. Ready to go for this weekend. Then what we have is the last chance. So that was group stage, A versus B versus C. And they play technically best of 12, but over 3 days. So each group plays the upper group. And each team will complete a best of 12. And as the result, as I said, we've got 8 teams at the top that will take it through to the finals. Now we have the teams that finished in last weekend, 9th through to 24. And those are now in an opportunity to duke it out. The 16 teams that remain to duke it out to the last chance. It's a 2-day closed section where actually they will fight for a best of 12. We've done 6 games yesterday. We've already done 1 game today. So we're on number 7. We've got this is match number 8. But in overall, they've only got 12 points. That little white line on the cutoff, that is what we're looking for on that leaderboard when it goes big screen. It's a bit easier because if you're above that white line and you're in a top 8 scenario here, it does mean you'll be going through to the grand finals that are happening this weekend. But it's the grand finals of the road to EWC, and from there we are only going to take a top 3. Okay, super confusing, loads of numbers. But we're taking a top 3. They will be joined by the likes of Twisted Minds and BB Team. And there are your 5 teams that are representing this region, the Emea region, at EWC. So we're at the final couple of stages now of the road to EWC. And the important numbers you need to remember now is we're looking for a top 8 here that are going to go to the finals that are happening this weekend. And in the finals at the weekend, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we'll be looking for a top 3 to join Twisted Minds and BB Team. So all sorts to play for. It comes down to drive. Who wants it more than anyone else? Let's talk leaderboard. Let's bring it up on the big screen. Oh, let's go this one. Sorry. So Redline have put themselves in a position where they go, hey, I want to make sure we are qualifying. It does mean that Voptrox has dropped out, Hive dropping down, and Foot Esports also dropping down. So they've kind of slot themselves now in 6th. It's not bad. Only 1 game done. They've still got to continue to do this because teams below that red line, that white line, sorry, are going to be chasing them down. The likes of Voptrox were in to coming into this evening, so they'll be eager to maybe get a conversion, get an opportunity for them to say, do you know what? We do not want to go up. We do not want to end our journey here, and we want to take the next stage. A couple of teams that need to sort of dig deep. TMO, doesn't matter what they do, they kind of get caught the harsh side of the straw. They obviously went down to a 3, losing Needix there, but they had the compound. They eventually lost the zone, and it feels like it doesn't matter what they do, they can't go in. They're a team which I would have put in a top 8 scenario. So let's see what they can do. Take risk behind that. Actually coming in at third places, coming in at 2nd place will help them close the gap because they're also on 30 points. Savage on 27, 4PM on 25. RFI, again, a team which is expected to be higher, 24. 010 Esports are a team which is growing for me. So I'd expect them to be higher. As I said, Tommy's really improved massively. Really, really showing what he's got in this event, which is good. So interesting to see what he can do, bring in these final couple of games. This is the last Erangel, though. Last Erangel for the last chance before we move on to our wildcard maps at the moment. Fairytale moving in. Ascend. Going to be finding themselves with a team coming pretty close to Chris laying in wait here. Might be looking at actually a crash here. They are going for the send. They are sitting right in the pathing of. So they catch one. Great shots from Bricks. See if we can do it again. Right side. Ducks in. Short destruction at the top though. Ascend. Get an early point. Looking to try a couple more points to put him back on that leaderboard at the very top. Erangel divert back, Hype Beast diverting their way around. So yes, a big spread. They've gone down to sort of the plug socket. I can't really say what the other name of it is on stream. But they hold 2 back at school, back at flats. They want a foothold. I think part and parcel of that is because of the water at the bottom. So we're waiting for the zone to kind of retract back up. Take a risk. Making enough noise for Vorex to turn around. Vorpal Sword work their way in. The banging in my ear. RFI. Sit wait. 2-on-1 split for take risk. Hive big split as well. They sit on the southwest corner. Oh, and I'm going to work their way in. Foot have moved in just on the outside of ruins. Not going to extend just yet. Shall wait. Shall see. It's all going to be actually how this zone sort of moves. What we do, how we position it. Should move it. Can't move. I can't move it. That'd be fun. Oh, no, is the furthest point anyway, so it's fine. Let's have a quick look at the fight between the two. The compound copy and paste held by TMO. We are live on YouTube as well, guys, so if you do want a consistent quality, YouTube is the place, which has been a bit rough lately. Actually have given up copy and paste as they do back away. Going back towards kind of the south side. 1 minute 46 left on the clock before we see the next zone. So these teams again just trying to sort of etch their way forward into a position where they can make a decision where they want to play this late game. Football Sword now working over the top. So that's why we see a lot of these teams spread. So you can see Ainsley for up into Boatyard and sort of Footy Sports holding that northwest. As we go further down, we've got a Hive, huge spread for them. Again, they're sort of waiting, watching, trying to gather as much information as they can. ONO Esports holding their compound down. UST take Pachinki. Again, it's a bit more just puff those feathers out. Make sure we know who's locked in. Tunnel from Milter Power to Milter. 100%. That would be actually really cool. That would be really cool. Rex is just lurking on the edge of 4 PM. "28 seconds. Keep an eye on this one. Have to wait to see which way it goes. You pick up being picked up though. So we'll be looking to try and levy that, but that'll be after the zone hits. It's not bad timing. Here it goes. Oh, huge south shifts. Okay, so we still hold on to that huge. A huge element of water. Like, that's going to be painful for a lot of these teams now. No, it catches one. I don't know which way to go for this one. Should get the kill confirmed pretty done. Wide rotation round. Hive going to tighten themselves down. They're expecting the zone to sort of collapse back towards that north. That's where we're going to see some teams take these sort of higher sides. I'll figure out who's going to clash next. Red line might be going to look to get a emergency pickup. Them Fairy Tale go through the middle. Maybe take this hill just on the other side. 4 p.m. actually moved to a potato. They're going to have to try and wait this one. And might get slight clash. Oh, it has to be close right through. Potato lost one. Savage underneath the arms of Fairy Tale. Presenting the guy that's going to be here. We saw win or die. Send from Rocks. Launches some shots. Schenken catches one. And Savage receive a savage blow. As they try and get towards the other side. Grinix, though, is taking a tumble and they know. They know he's taking a fall here. And that is going to be the free kill. Schenken will claim. Now we go towards the potato hill. This is the one I thought was going to start first. Seifu lays in wait, Melbourne. Looking to try and pop over the top. Now they've picked up on the top, but they catch Seifu running across. Now Seifu takes some damage here. Melbourne swings by, goes for the overarm nade, goes round the back, but Seifu driving his way forward. He's looking to try and take one. He does catch for one, but he goes for the punishment, gets punished himself. As he drives forward. Oh yeah, red line. Red line. Right behind third party action. Melbourne falls. Now they know there's another team involved. The car's going to roll backwards. It's going to provide the opportunity to get the flush. CS drive forward. They're going to have to try and get these conversions where they can. Seifu is in barrage of smoke. And CS under a barrage of fire. Able to get Nailip. Looks to go get that confirmation on the nade. He does cook. That will launch quite nicely. Takes some damage. Nade goes the other way. Niall gets barraged the other way. 4 p.m. taking shots now. Just have to get in towards cover. Safety of the shack. There's no safety in numbers anymore. Zeko. Zedco. Zedco. Do you like that? Zedco. Zeko sounds sexy. I don't lie. I'll try and get it right. Just let me know in chat. Am I getting it wrong? Wrong or right? So he's coming up the smoke now, praying for the res, but it's not going to happen. It's going to go down. Now we lose the zone. We lose the water. Red line at the top of the hill. There feels something magical about this team now. Gibson should be in chat, mate. Does feel something magical at the moment. Also be happy. Pixel. That's one. That confirmation, he sort of swings down towards the south side. You need to be careful because 0-1-0 should be enough. Dancing the dance. They get there. They get there in time as well. That's a hero's res. I'm keeping bodies up. So the guy is now moving in. Rock scrabbles into the little barrier that he's got. He's going to expose Pixel to the degrees. He pops up at the top. Does slightly, but doesn't get as much onto it as he wants. Here's the name of this quickly. Schengen gets Scav back. Inksy with the overarm. Bounces. The rubber nade. Forward. Pixel still on the hold. Schengen does get Inksy up. T-Bone and Pixel the final two here. They need to do a hero's res. I've able to dig deep. Able to try and hold this one out. Good shots though, but when esports get involved, T-Bone has to launch back. I think he might fall. Long distance shots should catch him. Our drops on the drops at all should always be on my channel. Well, they automatically come on basically if you're a partner. T-Bone does get caught. It's Chris from the other side of the zone. Now lurks in. Lurks in from behind. They do now launch forwards, and here a lot of the commotion. It's very hard to come over the top. Pixel is the final player here, so Footy Sports driving forward, but again driving short. So unable to keep the bodies up. The mojo is not working. The zone shift is now going to shift away. Losing the water, we go back towards the high side again. It's 4 p.m. Ain't no hold. You never need to apologise, Viking. You're all good, mate. 4 p.m. here. Hold. Red line trying to come over the top. These clears fight quite quickly if they want to stand the chance to kind of get up to high grounds. There you go. On one. Down to Karim now, but he's disengaged. They get the freedom. They get the opportunity, let's be honest. Give Red Line an inch, they're taking a mile. I know esports need to try and drive out Hive here. There's the smoke looking to try and get the cross on. I know esports, so climbing the high grounds. Presenti is just trying to reposition, comes underneath. Scout will come into the eye line shortly. And take, let's get one. Well, backing away slightly. Presenti still working his way around, but phase number 4. It's going to chunk slightly now. Now see the silhouette on the X-ray. Now spots up. Now he needs to work forward, get that confirmed, go back the way he came. Getting back on the other side. The blue is going to sting. Chipness says no, he's out, but he gets caught down. And Queso, final player now. Pixel does get caught out. The scars for Savage will end the journey here for game number 2. Footy Sports at the moment driving forward, but looking like they're going to try and drive victory from one game. Gibson says he's not going to be home until 7. We'll have to wait and see. It's not long away. We have to jump in. Of course, it's going to be on because we've got 6 games. Gibson says there's no excuse. You need to work in. Ascend on the high ground. Let's see if they can stop the red line day. Nade over the top. Nade up. Close. And it's going to be golden. Nod. Chris just on the outside. One more step to the left. You would have seen him in the field. Oof. The shots there come over. Does go back. Pains goes down. Vex is in a bad spot. Ascend go down. They fall. They tumble. And now the commotion continues. Southside, Vorpal still trying to work their way. And MG is down. There's not just one. There's 2. RFI. Bodies up. And bodies down. 0 kills confirmed just at the moment. Zone shift. We shift up towards red line. Red line are paid whatever the value it was for Ascend yesterday. We send it back. Marbo is in zone. Tommy is looking to try and confirm what he can. Needs some more meds. He gets 4 more. Plus a main. That should be enough for him now to get in. Marbo just on the inside of the zone. I don't know if he knows that he's got people lurking and waiting close to him now. Presente sees him. He comes over the top. Presente needs to worry about getting the meds on before he pops some shots. He's in such a good spot to try and get the finish. Rox gets the nade. And Tommy, well, on the outside edge. 2 kills now for the guys. 4 p.m. will fall. As Voptrox do find Karim. Full send away. Voptrox find themselves in the zone and holding hard cover. TMO just below them. They're going to want to try and work in. But Redline uncontested. Defended. Last team in. Last team out. There's got to be a big question here. Do we see Redline going back to back? They're already above the line. They're looking to try and drive forward. This is also the opportunity now. We might see Voptrox try and take the seats away and push Footy Sports now below the cutoff line. Not get Sparta stolen from Hypebeast. They still want to keep top of the table. 65 points for them. So on the hold here. Still dancing the dance. Frag. Iraq. Right underneath. Just be careful. Got a nade. Gonna go underneath the safety of the... Oh, he had no idea. He had no idea. He just runs straight into it. Bomilovo gives his life for free. Actually, another boys from the other side. Hive, 10 kills. Talk about a redemption game potentially from them. They've been in the thick of it. They've been out in the blue. Game number 8, driving forward with 2. Like a rhyme every time. Take a risk of being caught by the Hive. Final player now. Fairy Tale. It's a huge hit from Rocks though. Frag Rock is causing damage, but it's kind of a little bit of a teamwork here. They do team up, but it's not between them two. It's actually between them and Redline. Surprise, surprise. UST does get the final blow. And Take Risk will fall 7th place. Placement point for them. Fairy Tale drives through the middle. Teams either side. We see that zone shift away. Back towards the top. TMO in not a bad spot. They can hold here. Hypebeast need to figure out what they can do. Logic for me, Hypebeast will go north and go around that northeast corner. You might find Red Lines will just sweep and go the other way just to try and stop them. They want to really be the end holding here. The only other option they've got to play is down towards TMO without being short destruction, right? I feel like the play is up. I think that's what they're doing. They are. Look, there's Keta. Red Line. Again, do they push this side? Do they risk it? Do they try and hold theirs? Antro is driving. A couple of shots back towards Voptrox, back towards TMO, back towards Fairy Tale, but gets caught. There seems, again, just something special about Redline today. They felt really flat yesterday. And it is kind of a joint effort, not one person sort of popping off. Like, you go on the top, Nod also putting points on. Ivis now going to try and get this defensive hold on as the teams are driving forward. As you've seen, I don't think he's heard, has he? Right below him, that left side. Has he heard now? I think he has. He's popped a med or something. He has, yeah. That's some really bad observing there for me. Exposed head now. Does, and he gets caught. UST will now know, but they are fully exposed. He needs reinforcements. The boys are here already in force. Goes for one, looking for the second. Not a little bit further afield. Ivis is going to continue to hold. Now goes for the peak. Body block slightly. Doesn't help those. He gets the confirmation. Not high ground. He's the final player, and he gets swarmed in. Good play from Hypebeast. But Redline, 54 points. Looking strong. 4 versus 4 versus 3 versus 2. And surprise, surprise. Voptrox store here. Store in a top 4 position. Let's see if they can get the confirmation. There's a confirmed down in TMO. We're ending 4th. They've got the freedom now. Perfect and the boys from UST now move their way in. Fox already moving out. They're driving down. Perfect is going straight. He's isolating one of the wolf pack himself. Rox is one of the wolf pack himself as he drives forward. Out he goes. UST taking full advantage of that. Sweep down to the south. Raja Nades comes down. Oryx was unfortunate. Oh no, he actually gets caught. That Nades on the ground. Confirmation done. I have got full control now of the high side. Here comes the push though. The drive down into the smoke. Need to try and find the final player. He's in there. Launching a few nades out, a few flashes out. Sees the player, but gets caught by the flash himself. He actually now gets one. Looks for swing for the second. Does go down. It's explosive nades. Can be from Hypebeast. Final player now from Voptrox. They got third last game. They're looking for a second today. It's a second in game 2 for Vobtrox, but the steal is with Hype Beast. Again, they've got the drive not just above the qualification line, but they've got the drive to ensure they are top of the table at the end of last chance. USD, though, they actually get the most amount of kills, 10 kills for them. Damage goes towards Redline, and good to see Hive. Hive put a big number of kills on the board, so let's not take anything. Well, what did they end on? Hive on 10 as well, right? 10 for Stuckers, they would have been higher up placement-wise. Hive got 10 as well, so a couple of teams really stealing. Redline got 9 kills. So again, a couple of teams really farming. That's going to help the teams like Hive sort of drive themselves up, but it does mean we are going to see a team like Foot Esports, unfortunately, I feel, fall below the line. Last chance done. Erangel tick. We are going to move on to Rondo, our first wildcard map before we take a little bit of a longer break. But for now, don't go anywhere. Let your mates know we're streaming. See you guys in a few.
And don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 won't you let the light shine through? In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 Yeah.
Let's go. It's a sad day in the office when everything was running so smooth, and then suddenly have a player problem. It's all good. It's all good. No, we had to make a re-lobby. Again, got to give kudos where kudos is due. The guys that are organising the event. Obviously, we were only missing one. Had the opportunity. Players said remake. They won't. They remade. So again, GG's. Try to get it from the lobby. Game number 3, also known as game number 9, is a southwest up towards a northeast. Another one that goes through the heart of the map. It is Rondo time. Got to give a big shout out for my mods as well. Right? Did you know if I have an Excel sheet, I can load it and put all the teams in it, and then you can have like a player database? No. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Honestly, if you guys out there got ideas and you know how to do it, that can help improve the viewer experience for people, please let me know. Please let me know. We might have a slight congestion here. Let me do it here. There's the zone. Let's get that one up. Okay, going to send launch with RFI. Ascend are the winners from here anyway, even if they go down and out. Let's be honest. They are in a secure spot. Potentially taking it forward. They're in second at the moment, 63 points. Current cutoff, 46 points. So we're going to be driving a lot higher. Because many of the points have spread out. So interesting to see. RFI one side here for them. 27 points. They need these 4 kills like immediately, but Ascend are looking good at the moment. It just bamboozles me as to why Ascend didn't perform like this in the closed qualifiers. I know people in chat be like, because it was harder and they couldn't keep up the pace. No. Ascend had the capabilities. It just feels like there's a switch sometimes. Like it's either on or off. At the moment, it's on. Rex has got the pans up as he's looking to launch it on. Oh my days. Marvo tried the JS9 special from Chris and got deleted from the lobby. Arn goes down as well from its Chris. RFI. This might be match set and point for them. Got one down. Brex should go down as well. Flushes just yet. Gets a reload on. Doesn't get the time. Has to reposition as well. Tommy is remaining. Like always. Tommy is remaining. Pains further back. It's Chris. Has the opportunity to try and get the reses if he can. Needs to try and get the hold on. He is going for the res. Just down to Pains to try and hold. Don't go for the conversion just yet. Wait and see. Right, it's your fault. As we've got a disconnect, so I went into your stream to let you know there's a slight delay. You turned around and said, "Oh, I just said that we've had it really good so far." Yeah, until you said something. So everyone go jump over to your stream and go show him some love. Because he's the one to blame for the 15 minutes. Time is ticking here for Brex. Pains is on the hold. They're going to need smoke because they want to try and cross or an aggressive. Oh my days, he was waiting for that. No meds. If RFI come out this, that's a duo. Is it acceptable? Hard. Did I just cut loose now? I can just move around. Rex is going to be telling them that they've also moved because he's going to be hear the footsteps. Got the cover up. And look for the sneaky look. Pains goes through the building. He's been spotted here. A really bad spot. Really bad spot. Nade comes over. That's pinpoint accurate though. Had to jump out around the other side. Gets caught. Down to Tommy now. Final player for RFI. 28 points. Is not going to be enough for them. They would have to have an explosive final 3 games. Cut off his double. So I think Tommy might be told that he needs to go. Send will play this one as a 3. And yeah, unfortunately for RFI, it's looking closer and closer to the end of their journey here on the road to EWC. Which is painful to say, I know. But we have to lose 8 teams at the end. Drops at the end. Footy Sports are on the outside. 42 points. 46, kind of said, is the cutoff though. Red line. We were below the cutoff. Now driving forward high in the 54 points. Get the knocked out on 0-1-0. A team bottom of the table at the moment. Again, another team that needs kills and need conversions. Zico launches his way around the outside. The car takes a huge amount of damage, but he's got the ability now to get behind the ridge. He's going to expose the angles and then they start raining in. Nailip launches 1. Goes on the outside, double blue zone, not getting the connection. So reposition, and there's Zico. Great position from him. Now exposes the angles. 0-0 down to 2. Trying to get the res where they can. But the pressure is continuing. Goes around the outside. He's looking to try and get the confirmation here. Does. Shipless is down. Final one now. Spray into the corner. Doesn't quite get the conversion. Free fire comes through. Gets one. May be told to try and get the confirmation, but doesn't go for it. Goes on the outside. They try and take the fight. Now taking long distance shot though. There's a second. Comes through. Reposition. I was actually goes in the position like he's going to come here for the flush. Where is him? Done. Sorry, mate. Sorry. I normally have Discord closed. Sorry, guys. I didn't have the logos on the map stream. It's a me problem. I should have clocked it. Last match today. 4 more in this stage, and then then we move on to the finals of the road to EWC. Gets up. Eyes on Hive. Had a good game. Last game. Drive forward. Look, let's be honest, right? TMO could have a good game. Foot could. Risk could. UST. Like, for me, RFI just... I think RFI is too far now. They have a solo player for this one. They've got 3 more maps. They would definitely need to win with a high amount of kills to put them back in a talking point. 0-0 Esports, 24 points and out. Again, same conversation with them. And 4 PM, I said, just not firing on all 4 cylinders. Sends, start working their way down. Vorpal saw collapsing in as well. Take risk, go for the high side. Vorpal saw collapse. Fop shocks coming in the southeast corner, sorry. So yes, I'm pretty tight. They're pretty close to these team. Phase number 1. 50 seconds sorry to go now. We see the zone. Everyone's in, but we are 15 teams. 56 bodies up. We go over the 9-minute mark. Football saw go for a collapse. 4 PM on a 2-2 split. Footy Sports though driving on a big split 2-1-1. Risk versus reward there. The risking extending out as close as they can towards the center zone. Is there going to be a reward? We won't know really until the zone starts shifting in. RFI, Tommy's the last one left. Set it alone. I've got to write them off, guys. I'm sorry. Like, I just can't see it. Ascend locked in. Hypebeast locked in. Contestants are locked in. Okay. I've seen crazier things happen in Emea. I've seen crazy things happen. Well, it shifts back. That does mean we are going to get shifting. Foot now going full send. Have they spotted as a team sitting in test track? Pixel's been looking this way. Tokyo, bucket list. Got to get there, mate. Do you know what's on my bucket list? South Korea. Seoul. PNC. I've got to make it. I was looking at flights again today. Some of they are crazy prices, I'm not going to lie. They are crazy prices. For esports do ducking towards test track, but they might need to get pushed on the outside. Melman, though, does get Keta. Neat. Over the top. Bounce, not bad. That should get confirmation. The rock provides some cover. Goes back the other way. The second one confirms. Nitro launching nade over the top. And we're back to away. Hype Beast. You tighten up. Dante's there as well. On the other side, TMO working their way, and they might work into the path in here of Hive. I still feel like Rondo's to get more settled when it comes down to rotations, but definitely feels like people sort of whisk past areas that teams pitch up in quite a lot. So there's an element of still learning. It's not like the Erangels of the old days. Everyone knows. I find the whole Far East food is so cheap compared to others. We're his high sides. Just trying to, again, joystick. We talk about this a lot. We're joysticking his team in, knows where the bodies are, and he's going to be highlighting that Vorpal sword dart further afield. Let's go for the scout. Now I can see UST, so I won't be too surprised on the map. He's kind of marking there, see? So to sort of mark their way around the other side. And one gets needed. TMO suffering losses on those rotations again. These were full. Try and catch the shots going through. You guys airborne. That's why you can drive through here. Again, getting information. We know Ascend like to fly around the outside. The guy's going to rotate their way by. Hive takes a few shots. It'll now be down to sort of Savage to do the same. And it's Chris remaining two in the cars. I think Brex got knocked out early. It's Chris losing the tyre. Payne's far behind, so they might have the opportunity in Bamboo just to swap out. Chris full sends. Payne keeps his tyres alive. Take risk high side as well. They're taking a couple of shots though. Frag a rock. Causing the damage. Here goes the zone. Where do we go? Nobody knows. Back to test track, maybe? We do. We go towards test track. I do find it obviously goes one or the other, Bamboo or test track. I've not really had a zone that kind of finishes in between the two. I do really like Bamboo endings. I know we get a lot of them. But it has played down now towards the southwest. Lots of teams, though, store are not in here. So, as a result, I think Foot Esports needs to kind of puff out to a degree, make sure no one sort of crashes in. TMO also going to get involved. Get a guy, unfortunately, I feel like he's going to lose the glider here. He does. Now, this doesn't explode. So, as long as he can sort of keep the shots off him, he will be okay. And that being said, he's going to take a tumble. Send. Yeah, I said before, they're qualified. Like, they're good. They're just being disruptors here. As he knocks over Nitro, and he was looking to sort of spin out with that P90 and cause damage to Ascend. And unfortunately for RFI, maybe he gets a couple of kills here. He gets one. Nearly. RFI, 15th place for them. Again, the curtains are drawing to a close for some of these teams. Hype Beast in a position just to fight here, right? Redline the same. They are just farming kills. How is Payne still alive here? I actually thought they crashed further down. He has. Oh, there's a little ridge line. Sorry, I didn't know about that little bit of ridge. Good nade though. Might be activating. Well, he's just too short. Nitro launching a nade. He sort of jumps and does a little kick flip. That's going to get controlled. Oh, what? Redliner just farming here. Rez, he will remain. Pops another smoke. That is going to be going in a second. A couple more and that shield's folded. It's gone. Now they can just clear farm. They do. Locked into where he was. Happy enough. Zubila over the top. Might be causing some issues. Hypebeast getting aggressive. High big rotation around the outside. Melman in the crash underneath the noses of the team. 20 seconds to roll before we see where the next one goes. CS have come off the high ground. 2 kills for them again. Looking for qualification. Comes in third. UST in 12th. Eager to maybe get some of these kills. It's a good knock from Parfax. He's been playing well. And a confirm. So he hit and run. Just done what he needed to do. Nade comes through the middle. He's going to run into it. Oh, so close. Now Footy Sports though. T-Bone, can he get the conversion? He does get the conversion. Melman goes down. And they get a point on the board as well. A bit more control. First point here from Footy Sports. CCS is coming back their way. Coming back to home turf lands. All these teams now need to sort of shift their way in. Highest on the outside. 4 PM on the outside. Voptrox found their way in. Hypebeast eventually go down. Part and parcel though, obviously, with the guys from Vorpal Sword taking advantage. Fairy Tail, obviously, they're sharing a compound with Redline, but they kind of need to leave as well. But they also potentially need to leave as and when we wait for the rotation coming in. Take risk, gonna go early. So maybe that Hypebeast are down and out. Don't quite get it. Mythoff go down as well. And Scav finish things up. Take risk, store on the pursuit of the road. Pains will still hold here. They are going to stop just underneath the noses, but so is Snapex here. Sees 1, sees 2 cars. He's going to be completely cleared. He turns around. They swing on the other side. Snapex goes down. Go, 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 go. Nade through. I don't know how long you're going to survive. UST on the other side. Does get one. Needs to body block as best he can. Pixel trying to get the steal. Actually going to be going through. Vorpal Sword. Do you get the claim? Nice hold here from the guys. Vorpal Sword actually a little bit further out. I said they're kind of like diamond in the rough for me. They've sort of launched themselves into the leaderboard, and as a result, they are holding. Unexpected. Chipping away. Paint storing as well. Let's interrupt my map stream. I need to work their way in. Let's have a look at the map stream. Big shout out to Koho as well. Guys, get out to Koho's chat. Give him a big follow. Put loads of love hearts in his chat and say thank you very much for your help. He's done so much, like, again, getting the Take Risk logos on the map stream for me today. Onto the actual player profiles and all sorts, mate. Like, he's really helping out. Yes, I might be clicking the buttons on my Todd at the moment, but there has been people in the community that need to be recognized to kind of bring this together, to bring this to life. And again, a big shout for Bing Esports. Obviously, they've had the time to plan now, but on Sunday, it was like lastminute.com. Lastminute.com. Comes that zone shift. Footy Sports, difficult. If they lose it heavy here, it's a long run for them. Pop trucks on one side. Not bad for them. They can play towards the south. Let's get towards that north, though, because we get UST. Nades go to the top. Good nades go through. Right side pretty much getting barraged here. April facing one way, Conf facing the other. I'm going to try and defend this one. Big play still continues to go through. Oh, actually, job blue zone 1. You can get through that. It's not a double. It's not a stack. They're actually going to run around. They might not even see you. Conf goes down. People might just have to duck into... No. Put the Panzer away. hear the smoke. You can hear the footsteps. And nade's good as well. Air explosion. Does he catch the players? They run away. Everyone goes down. Hear the footsteps, but they're backing away into the car. They've got a shift. April is there. All over. Still alive. Payne's working his way this way. Surely April's going to activate. Here's the car leaving. Doesn't stand up. Going to go underneath. They've got to go for a full send. Now the other way. Swap bodies over. One car is questionable. I think that's why they put the bodies in the other one. Take a risk in a good position to try and defend here. They're going to have multiple teams coming their way. The shots go over. They need to be quite loud here. Stop these teams sort of playing any more into their neck of the woods. I actually lose control of my... I don't know why, but... Oof, picks up. Picks the last one. Sports underneath. Kind of got to drive forward though. I'm going to drive down towards the south, where they're going to sort of play towards the north. They've come towards the north of the zone now. T-Bone under a barrage of Voptrox though from the other side. Nade's come through. They hear the car. Doesn't quite get the connection that they want to. Voptrox in such a good position to control. No pressure really for them as it stands. 10 kills for Red Line. Again, no surprise. They're loving this one. The Panzers, he sees the back of him now. Done. Pixel falls. T-Bone has to drive forward. Realizing they're taking a fight at multiple teams. T-Bone goes down. So the boys, if they want to res him, they're going to have to come quick. You make the play forward. This is just clean for them. They are just loving this. Trucks on 2. UST. You can hear the commotion on the other side. Nade still barraging. How much more U2 has this team got? Blue zone. That's gonna cause the issue. There's one. That might actually be the end of him. Scav has to get out, and he falls to zone. 6th place for them. They get a couple of placement points. Take risk. Will be happy they've held. Zone is just back down towards the south side. Voptrox again find themselves in a top 4 scenario. 2 second places. They didn't have the numbers. Didn't quite have the position. This time they only haven't got the position. Let's see if they can make it work. 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 3. Opal Sword, 9 kills. Pretty strong. Take risk, only 3. They've kind of been in the mix of things for a while. 5 different kettle of fish. Only 1 kill, been a lot more quieter. Their side. So, to give you a bit of context, I can see you guys chatting away about Scav for Foot Esports. Scav had previously done tryouts for Foot Esports as well. So, he knows the guys, he's played with the guys. So, you've got to take that into account as well, that they are... it's a body that they know. It's not a complete fresh tryout, like we know someone that's trying them out type of thing, and hopefully they gel. There's an element that they've already got a relationship, a gel in place. I think it's good for them. I think it's good for them. Let's just see if they can get conversions. The store need to drive. The problem is if Voptrox so launches ahead and 30 Sports finish on a 48, the next target is going to be a 54. But either store in, Voptrox or store in, both these teams might ascend, and that gap might be more from a 48 up towards a 60. Risk go down as the peak goes forward. It does surprise me we don't have more players in the UK at highest level. Like, Tommy's insane. Not biased in any way, shape, or form. If he was anywhere in the region, insane. Jackie Lad, why are they not playing? They need to get to this level. We've got so many good UK players. I still think we should have a UK tour to PUBG Hot Drops this year. People, let's make it happen. 3 remain. 4 versus 4 versus 4. All with a position, all with part of the zone. Vorpal Sword extending their way out and crashing the bike into pretty much a solid object. So that's going to hurt. Pubg, though, leaving the safety of their compound. Now find themselves on the outside, and Hive been holding this south for quite some time. Then we'll shift. It goes towards Vorpal Sword. Hive and Pubg need to get moving. Pubg so far have been in the top of all the games so far. They've been in the top 4. Not able to get the confirmation, but that is putting part and parcel as to why they are in the position they are. Interesting where Vorpal Sword kind of anchor down here. There is no way Foot is not making it into the finals, right? Questionable. Let me close. Foot have relied so far in this competition, especially at the close qual stages and onwards, one game survival. I have not seen that one game yet. It wasn't the last one. On the other hand, Pubg have been very consistent. Maybe not getting the level of kills that they wanted, but they're getting themselves into end game. Yes, they might play passive. Yes, they might go into the compounds, and that's their game style. That's how they play out, but it's working at the moment. There goes the helmet of, I think it's Brent. Rolex is driving. They're trying to isolate one. Let's see what he can do. He goes for a seat swap onto the inside. Needs to go for the reload. Reinforcements come through. He comes swinging around with the MK. No one down. That was disruptive the whole way. Presenti held back. He's now going to try and get the steal. Down to Burn, the last player now. Looks like the win is slipping away from the team. This nade could be huge. Goes short, hits the hard cover. And goes back into cover here. Trying to keep an eye where Presenti is. He's not there at the moment. Get caught in the tree. That should be the end of him. It is done. Vorpal Sword versus Hive. Zubila over the top. 4 versus 3. Position I'd say maybe favours Vorpal Sword. 14 kills as well is a massive talking point. I'm in second now, guys. 73 points. Hey, TG's in chat. Legend. I've had many carries from that man when it comes down to playing ranked. That's what I'm going to say. Oh, both of you guys stream as well. Hashtag give a caster a carry. Presenti. Isolated slightly. The diamond in the rough that I've called Vorpal Sword is still finding their way off the radar, clearing kills, not getting involved in major craziness. We're just trying to make sure that car explodes and back towards Presenti. That's why he's popping shots this way. Presenti will know this and needs to arguably stop the shots coming his way. A double nade. Do you think they're going to team it? 3, 2, 1, throw. Not bad. It's explosive. He gets a little bit of damage. They do back away. Doesn't mean the danger's coming closer. They've got the ridgeline. They can now fight their way around. They can control to a degree. Presenti is still going to hold. He's the one that's causing the problem. He's kind of stopping them take the fight. Schengen is holding that back line. That blue. Stopping them wrapping up high. Smokes are out for the teams. Phase number 8. As we will get a quick look. Hive have loads of nades still remaining. Smokes. 2 blue zones. That could be destructive here for Vorpal Sword. I've only got the 1 nade, 1 molly. No blue zones. More of a smoke barrage that can come out from them. Very surprising circle. Yeah. It is, mate. Because we normally go like heavy towards bamboo or heavy back the other sides. Never seen it end this close to test track on the west on the field. I think that's why we're sort of all hunkered on this side as well. We've got this sort of ridge line here for us that we hold out. Also, guys, everyone in chat, let's just say congratulations to Clarus, mate. He's just got married. Like, he's a legend. How he found time to get married as well, because he's always on the scene, always engaged, not just in PUBG, but multiple. So, again, show some love. There's love hearts out, mate. The man's loved up. He's married now. The legend has been taken. Congratulations again, mate. Schengen. Level 3 helmet. Level 3 vest. Famous. Driving forward. They've got the zone on their side as well. So barrage of 3 this time. Oh, I thought I actually got caught up with the Doritos that fell down. So we're going to take the brunt of that damage. We've got another double stack. That car might draw the nades in now. Oh, Presenti goes down. 3 versus 3. More nades coming over. Move the car a little bit closer. Nades causing again damage, just rolling downhill. They don't need to engage. They can just continue this barrage of util. Hive. Oh, they're going to extend out. Nate goes back. See if they can make it happen. Schengen has the famous. He's going to try and hold up. Dante's right underneath. Presenti's down. Gets 1. He's going to get 2, surely. Oh, he runs out of ammo. The spray goes through. It's clean win. Over the top we go. The hold works out. It's a high victory. That will launch them, skyrocket them up into 4th place. Good game. Really, really strong game. Vorpal Sword, it's a diamond in the rough for me. Real diamond in the rough. Like, they kind of just don't get involved in the big fights. They're just always there on the leaderboard, chipping away. They normally clear their fights quite quickly. They kind of sort of chip away at the end game. I've had to do the same in that one. Again, good amount of kills for them. They've done pretty well. I can have a look at my map stream. 6 kills in a victory, 16-point game, 14 kills you can't take away from Vorpal Sword, though. Huge game. That's going to skyrocket them up. But Hive also launching up that leaderboard, as I said before. Send 8th, they got 5 kills. Good play from them. Redline again. Jeez, again, they've got this grit that they want to go to the finals. 10 kills. This team, is it like you've got to get double digits every single game and placement at points as well. 11-point game for Redline. So talk about rags to riches from this team. Now this time we are meant to take a longer break. When we come back, it is going to be our other wildcard map. That's going to be Tego. But that's Rondo done now for the last chance. I'll see you guys in a few.
In the sky, gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
It's time to tango. Oh, bro, 3 more games left, people. That's it. 3 more games until we decide who is going to be victorious in the top 8 to go through to the Road to EWC Grand Finals this weekend, Friday through to Sunday. Flight pathway for this one. East up towards a northwest. Arguably, this is now the worst flight path that we've had. Just favour one side of the map compared to the other. Chunks lead. Okay, hold on. Why is Chunks? Hold on. So, Why are you here and not casting? Chunks are a legend. Give Chunks a follow, mate. He also needs to be. Chunks not. Zone. Explosion in a second. All teams out. No hot drop just yet. Take a risk and try and get to the other side of the water. 4 PM might do the same and close them off towards fishing camp. Bomber over will be a problem as well. So, as I was about to say, might go towards the island. Has gone towards the island. Now, this is kind of that. Footy sport to send special. All right. 80 further up. Senti's going to take the compound a little bit down the road from him. He will hold. Ascend, obviously, army base. Now, yesterday, Ascend played really well, right? They saw them sort of whip their way around on this northeast corner, and then they sort of played in from there, right? And then they obviously caught up with TMO, which crashed over there. They almost won't make the same mistake again. But esports actually already collapsing further into center zone. They're actually giving up Young Chung quite early there. You see it nice. You don't see it behind the screen. Thank God for the live leaderboard. Yeah, Esports full send over now. 4 PM doing the same. Center zone, Hive with a 2-2. Godok's always quite tempting. We're not a fan of Godoks, we know that. Leaderboard, let's have a quick look at the leaderboard. Leaderboard as it stands, Foot are on the bottom of the line, 48 points. The hold is Voptrox, them at 54. Does Voptrox have the depth in them to hold out Foot Esports? The German community will say, hell yes. Oh, he just messaged me. What legend. Logic plays back towards the water. Hive in a really good spot as well. Really good spot. RFI needs to have a good game. TMO needs to make sure they're not caught as they go to the adjacent bridge now for Shipyard. A couple of jump bridges coming through. UST work their way up. Perfect. Is having a little look this way. AZ is in white. Testers go further afield. They're going towards Yung Chung. They're going over the bridge where Footy Sports normally are. You're not going to cross now. I'll show you the map actually so you guys can see it at the same time. Have a little look here. Footy Sports are obviously popping a few shots towards UST. That means they're going to go further in, but it does mean they're going closer towards Hive. They peek over the top. Hive having a 3-1. They've got one store in Godok at the moment. So Dante holds in Godok. So it needs to be careful. UST trying to find a home of some kind. Take a risk just on the outside here. Be hard for obviously them to crash and dig out. Dante, Hypebeast coming at the top side. Oh no. Oh no. We are going to have issues here now, aren't we? TMO need the point. Sparta goes down. And scraps through. Phoenix is going to try and run by. They've been shot at the back. Oh no. Needix Bolty pinpoint sends a statement. He needs to reload because reinforcements are coming. He knows. He hears flash going out. Another flash going out. Catches him on the flash as well. This is stronger for them. See if he can Bolty. No scope Needix. Pops a smoke. Jumps on the inside, waiting for the peak round. I get the confirmation that he needs. Now needs to continue the push though. He's going to try and stick the res. Bro. Continue to spray, but doesn't quite get the connection. Good double flash there from Needix with a 360 no scope without the 360. Sends again. This is what happened last time. They closed off this corner pretty early, so looks like they're going to do the same. The commotion hit the commotion. Unfortunately, it was TMO again. And now going. They've left him behind, even as a solo. It's on the old patch. There's no recall system. There's no magic that's going to happen there. They are sending their way down. Kidokai and Payne's making the extension over. Kidokai is going to be right on top of him, though. It's Grist. Whips a few shots with a mutant. Gets Needix down. No scope of action coming back from him. Just got on one side of the road. Justice on the other. TMO falling apart. At the moment, they need big games. Here comes the collapse from the rest of the team. Full crashing from Paynes. Rex does get Tiska down. Justice final player now for TMO. Got to watch his tippy toes. Tippy toes are gone. Paynes lays weights and feasts on the Mythov. Gibson, you are in my VC, which is good. Means I can hear you, and it's the same call details from yesterday. FYI. Perfect. Can you see the game? Perfect. Gibson. Turn your mic on. Welcome in, Gibson. Everyone can hear you now.
Hello. Good to be here. Long time no chat, Mark. How have you been?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. How's golf been? Let's start with golf very quickly.
It wasn't golfing. Today was
Lies.
work stuff. Lies. Stuff and visitors. But I'm here now for the last two games where I'm not going to lie. I went away for an hour to come home. And I've looked at the leaderboard when I've come back, and there's been a lot of moving and shaking, and there's some teams that I'm seeing in the wrong places based on the talent they have.
Oh, you don't be killing off Redline like I did earlier, mate. Redline were bottom, and arguably they played well. And now as a result, like most of their games have been double-digit games for them so far. So it's been really strong for them to see, and more importantly, strong for them to kind of warrant why they are sitting out players, and that's maybe why. Rest of the teams falling out of place. They need a big game. They've moved early on this one. They've not really got it together. Voptrox have found themselves in end zones every single game so far, which is really good for them. That's why they're sort of on the higher side, but they've not leapfrogged that far ahead, Gibson. So Foot Sports is going to come down to kind of Voptrox. Can they hold out Foot? Will Foot be able to conquer over Voptrox? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, the leaderboard's that close at the minute that really every single game makes a difference. With 3 to go, including this one, we have a lot of chopping and changing that's going to happen before the night is over. But looking at things nice and early, Risk, of course, they've called themselves an e-pickup, but I'm going to be honest with you, Mark, I don't see them using it. I think it's a little bit too early to go for that pop straight up into the sky and maybe adapt to it, but we'll wait and we'll see. But those teams that are on the cost flyer, you spoke about Redline, currently sitting 5th place. They're in the middle of they're going to see Nod 1 potentially getting taken out here as he makes his way towards that bridge.
He's got solutions. He's going to dip down. He's going to get 4-on-1. Watch this. Oh, and eSports unfortunately been dropping the table as well. Down in 24 points. They're going to have to try and hold where they can. There's a depth charge. Fires out. So he's going to go for the wider wrap. He's going to try and expose him slightly. As unfortunately, I touched the map stream and I shouldn't have. I'm going to get told off in a second.
Koa would never.
He's going to tell me off, mate. He's going to tell me off, mate. He's been on it today. He has been on it. Nod 1 takes a spray, but receives a ship blessed send into the water. It's here a fall. Redline further afield. So let's come back this way. So we lose all of the water. We don't even play down towards kind of that temptation back towards that palace in between Godok and Hive. Well, they've had that 2-2 split or the 3-1 split goes 2-2. They still held opportunity to go back to Godok. And now they're going to take full advantage of it. They'll send it back in and they'll be happy with this zone shift.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of these teams are going to be pretty happy. And I think if you are a team that want to rotate in late as well, avenues should be open to make that happen. But I'm looking at contesters, right? 64 points for them so far. really experienced team. Like Melman's been about for a while. You look at them and go, surely they've got the experience to get this over the line. You've got a significant gap. All you've got to do is just be present, get into the placement points. Maybe pick up an extra point or two. Just outpace Fairy Tail, Voptrox, and Foots, and you should be fine for the rest of it. And Risk are another one, though. You cannot rule Risk out qualifying into the top 8. 42 points as things stand. And we've seen Billionaire, in particular, pull off big plays for his team in the past. But you got to get things going here on Tego if you want to cross that line.
Yeah, they've not really gotten to the swing of things. They look better today than yesterday. I'll give them that. CS obviously been dropping on the lobby. So, again, it can't take any fault away. I do fear this is going to be a Godok ending, and everyone knows my feelings when it comes down to a city ending like Godok. Hopefully it will just tease us and go back on the outside, and everyone gets sort of sandwiched to a corner. That'd be a better preferred ending for me. I am surprised. And I'm also really surprised about TMO, mate, if I'm honest with you. I'd expect them to be higher than what they are, and they just can't get the momentum going. Seifu for 4 PM can't get the momentum going. At the moment, with only 3 games left to go, at some point, we've got to start tapping. And for me, RFI down at the moment, I kind of feel like this is a make or break game. If they don't have a win, they don't get the opportunity to get a victory, they're not putting themselves in a position to try and get themselves over the line in the final 2 games.
Ultra South Stuckers will fall in 14th place, meaning we're just 5 teams away now from those all-important placement points. And all I'm going to say is I'm really happy that we're using the standard point system here instead of the crazy new system we're seeing trialed in Korea with the race and sprint format.
You see that today. No, that is everything go. That is race, sprint, winner, chicken dinner format. We've also got a bit of smash rule in there, like Queso gets smashed against the side of the shack.
One of the game modes is no points for placements and 1 point for kill.
Yeah, why not, mate? Why not? It's like Pokemon. You got to catch them all. Every type of format that's out there, they're going to try at PWS. And look, do you know what? At the end of the year, because funny enough, it's got some PGC points on it. If the end of the year event might be a random type of system, any team through that system would have practiced them all. I'm
not going to lie. If I was playing in Korea in those cases, I'm going to write down the rules of each game on my hand as I'm playing. So it's like, right, every time I look down, because I've lost where the don't...
Sweaty hands. What game is this? This is Mush Mush game.
It's E points for a kill in this game, guys. Is that an E? I'm not sure.
Oh, it's going to be messy. And talk about this game's going to be messy as well. Godok still remains on. We are seeing, unfortunately, Gillikai go down, bounce off and bounce in. Football Sword, I've been calling them a bit of a hidden gem, a diamond in the rough. We don't ever tend to get involved in the crazy action, but they seem to find themselves now at the top. Second place, they got 1 kill. Unfortunately, Zubila goes down towards Brex. Z peeks on over. And to be fair, Ascender having kind of a bit of a victory lap today here, Gibson.
Honestly, this is night and day from what we saw in the groups over the weekend. Like, you would swear it's been a different team. 4 more kills on the board, 73 points. They are pretty much safe and sound as far as getting in to those finals this weekend to try complete your road to Riyadh to make your way over to EWC. Pains will come under a little bit of recovering fires. Razor will get that knock on to Pains, and I'm glad to see Vorpal Swords doing well, because when I first started casting, this was a team. I'm going to say team, but not the same roster. This was a team that was competing in all of the scrims inside of EMEA. Yes, they've changed a couple of the parts. I think maybe Zubul is the only partner along with Razor that's been there for a significant amount of time. But there's so much talent on this team, and it's nice to see them show that off a little bit, right? You're on a lot of points, 75 points after 10 maps, and the chance now with the circle to pick up a few more as well.
Yeah, they seem to find themselves in there. It's not the big bang teams like we've seen kind of Redline just populating the kill feed. They're just chipping away at players, chipping away at the zones, and themselves top of the table at the moment. Are they a team I would have expected to go through, obviously, close qualifiers? No. I would have put Ascend in there. They shouldn't be in this lobby. Definitely would have put Foot. TMO, arguably, also not in this lobby, but it wasn't to be. They've got to get that conversion now. And 2 of those teams, fortunately, are below that line as we stand. 0-0 Esports, though, 26 points on the board. They're just on the outside edge as Fairy Tail give up their hold for them. And they're looking for a couple of points here from Voptrox. they've got to keep the bodies alive because Foot Esports been reading that kill feed Gibson. They'll be like, there's an opportunity now to potentially close out.
I was about to say, it's not even about the fact that it's Shipless and O10 that are holding it. It's the fact that it is Voptrox. 2 players left alive, getting hunted down by Foot. They managed to get the res off, and they'll get into the circle. And look, lo and behold, there's places that they can play. Over on the other side of the zone, though, we have Foot, 9th place. They've got contesters on the other side of this ridgeline. T-Bone is not going to commit alongside Pixel until you've got Scab in the right position. Finally, Scab gets there. T-Bone steps up and gets that knock onto Melman. And now he's going to throw the nade the other way, Mark. And this could be a huge need. Foot need these points desperately. And T-Bone, are they going to be able to secure off this knock that they've just found?
Saying before you joined, like, they felt to me at the moment Foot is like kind of one game saved it so far for them. Like, we saw it in the closed groups. We saw it yesterday as well. One game on the Miramar came out and they kept them in sort of the talking points. They're struggling to keep bodies up. Really, really struggling. Don't know what it is. Don't know why it's settled. Don't know if it's because it's not TPP. All jokes aside, they are very 2 different styles of game. They've come off the back of being really strong in the TPP. FPP is a different beast, right? We know this, right? This is the cream of the crop, as we like to say. So, if they keep the bodies up alive, Foot Esports will find themselves in. But I worry, we've only got 3 games left. It seems like they are relying on that one game magic one more time to try and keep them in the top 8 conversation.
Yeah, the res has been picked up, so that's a point that they're not going to get just yet. But contesters will rotate out of this position. As the old phrase goes, they'll live to fight another day. And I like that Foot didn't get overly desperate to pick up those points as well. Right, Itzy's got a really good position. The circle shifted in their favor. Don't risk late game rewards over short-term gains. Now, only time will tell if that's the correct decision, but as of right now, you've got to agree with it. Here's Voptrox, though. They're going to sustain a knock as that flush will come through, and I think for Voptrox, with 1 player left standing, things are starting to look a little bit tricky. Vorix will step up on the rock. He'll put some pressure on. The real question, though, has O10 been paying attention to the kill feed? Have they looked at the match logs? Have they worked out that Voptrox have only got 1 player left standing? Yeah, they have. They know. They're hunting him down.
Yeah, they are. I love that in chat. Foot lives matter. T-Bone knows. Rox will try and hold. They don't quite know exactly where he is. A couple of smokes will go forward. That's going to allow him just to peek over the top. 4 p.m. though, we'll engage with our guys in the town. As Hype Beast driving through another team, as I said before, I don't think should have come into this section. Last chance qualifiers, they've been kind of grinding up the leaderboards, up the stages. They have found themselves every sort of event 1 step forward. Just want to see them get qualification and not fight their way through. But 4 p.m. now, down 1. Got to try and get the fight forward if they want to stay a chance to get Seifu back on his feet.
Yeah, Seifu down, and of course you look at this, 29 points with the roster they have is definitely not what they would have had written in their stars thinking going into this one. However, they're in a very good position to get a couple of points off this game if they can get the res. Hype Beasts have taken 2 knocks, real opportunity to get these confirmed on out, but you can't let them reset. And of course, one of these players not too far away, Mark, is Keter, who we've got to congratulate, who's just been announced to be attending PNC as well. So that's great news for Keter. You got to be happy for him.
Yeah, well deserved as well. Great player. Novik though pulls up. Dante is holding discipline. I would have been jumping around, but he gets the confirmation, takes the side step down towards Keter now. He has to run the gauntlet. That is going to be Godok. As always, we lose it. Majority of the time we have seen an ending here, which is quite painful. And Keter still remains. Hype Beast, again, in a position with 80 points, is securing their seat. Make that 81. In towards the grand finals of the road towards EWC. Don't forget, everyone, we are only taking a top 3 from the finals that will be happening this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, to join the likes of Twisted Minds and BB. So let's see what these guys can do to ensure you secure their spot.
Hive now 3 kills on the board for them on 68 points. Things looking pretty cushy, pretty comfortable for them now as they've got themselves some space in the north of the zone and some space inside the leaderboard as well. As for Pushman, well, things went pretty bad pretty quick as we do lose contesters. They drop to 7th spot now as Fairy Tail pick up those all important points and jump now into 6th place. But look at the circle shift. Vorpal Swords, center of the zone. Ascend with a great position as well. If Foot can secure this ridge line that you see them moving towards, they can surely find some points as well. But my eyes are on the south side. O10, Fairy Tail, Vorpal Swords, all condensing on what's a very small section of map.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous here, and this is going to be the problem. The winner of this is going to have to take the fight with Foot Esports. Foot Esports will have to be careful, though, because on the other side, we do see Take Risk potentially looking to climb the mountain. Fairy Tail will be happy with that, seeing the kill feed, so might see them get involved and get in the cars and wrap round. At the moment, Bomalovo gets his hands in the cookie jar. MG, that will be singing out and ringing through the fields of Tago. Foot Esports need to keep bodies up. They need to get kills in, but they can't overextend as they do start to engage, and it's going to be their favour as they get the first knock. Billionaires down.
Yeah, no, Frag is putting shots up towards Pixel, but Scav will want to get that kill confirmed. Then Artun will get flushed on the other side as Room for Improvement have now been eliminated. Another team that were hoping for a big game this time to give them a chance to qualify. See that chance slipping away, but Foot, they've got all eyes on Take Risk, and it looks like Abulmir is going for the hero play. He's picked up his teammate, he's brought him to the ridge, he's going to go for the res, and Risk in 10th spot. This is a massive battle because these are essentially 2-point kills if you get them, because you close the gap on Foot and you stop them from getting any potential future points as well.
For the moment, don't know which fight they want to take. They've now split. Scav, Aintsy, and T-Bone leading one way. Pixel put in his car. He's going to work his way down. They want this ridge on the south side. 0-1-0 Esports taking on the fight, though, with Fairy Tail. Aintsy's going to try and play over the top. Queso will try and hold further afield. They've not heard the commotions coming in from behind as they do launch a nade forward. Fairy Tail under the barrage, but no connection just yet.
Yeah, nades being thrown as you see Foot continuing to push this way as Flores and Kasu are the last two players standing for their team. Foot know these points are theirs to be taken. Kasu moving the distance. You can just see, you can't quite see him. The terrain and the grass hiding him off in the distance. But Foot, they're staying together like a pack, Mark. They're not getting too separated from each other so that if one of them does get into a fight early days, they can play that trade straight away. They are playing right now to not lose any players and pick up as many points as you can. And of course, it's Pixel holding the back line with an M249 prone by a rock.
They asked for it yesterday in chat. They was like, why has Pixel never played the M249? And since then, he hasn't let it go the whole time. I have to wait and see what they can do. Foot extend down towards the south to southeast, but now the zone plays back towards that north section. So they go running back the way they can. They now know that they hold the south precipice of this zone, and the winner potentially of the fight between 101 0-1-0 and Fairy Tail might need to move into that position, or they have to go full commit on the other side. The only problem now with Foot Esports, they've given their position away. They run over, they launched the flashes, they didn't engage, but information has been given to this duo.
Yeah, the two players, 5 kills for them, by the way. They're coming to life a little bit late on the day to make a push for that finals lobby, but it's all about confidence. You know, you don't make PGC, not too far future will be PEC quals as well, so they'll not be in the worst spot in the world. But there, Royce has got an eye on the T-Bone. He can hear Pixel pushing pretty close by as well, so he knows where a lot of these Foot players are, and he could be about to play spoiler. He sprays off towards Scav, but he misses every single bullet. And now Itzy, well, he isn't going to miss it too. He drops the nade on himself, and that will be another point for Foot. The gap is now 3 points between them and the top 8, and they know exactly where Kasu is going to be pushing from as well. What an opportunity missed that was for Flores, though.
Yeah, he like half a second before, if he launched that nade, that could have been completely different. But Aintsy gets caught. Level 3 vest. Surviving out a bit of a nade. He's going to launch as much as he can. Util forward as he scavs forward the body. Now he might think about wrapping the other way. Fairy Tail getting engaged as well. He does get the molly. That might draw his attention back the way that he came from. Blue zone nade will be chucked out. They're rubbery. They bounce pretty far. Scav looking to try and get the body back up. It's not going to be in vain. Unfortunately for Foot Esports, they do lose a body. 3 players left, 3 kills on the board. They hold the south side of the zone. They need Fairy Tail to take on the Vorpal Sword. Hold. At the moment, they've lost the body. Zubila's down.
Yeah, and remember, 1 more point separates them from 8th spot. Now, I don't know what the actual placement points tally for these teams are just yet to see who would hold the tiebreaker, but that extra placement point would definitely help. O10 are now eliminated. Foot will pick up the extra point, and we'll see in just a second. Vuptrox still hold the tiebreaker between these two sides as the German team is hanging on by a thread now to the top 8, and all they can do is watch here on Tago because they're down and out. But I'm looking at the numbers. Everybody has taken a beating so far in this matchup. Risk, I think Hive, and Fairy Tail are the only two players, or two teams with all 4 players up.
Yeah, everyone else is a 3 right at the moment. That's the problem. But with all those numbers help in the end game. Screams has to duck into cover though. I'm pretty sure Rox can see him, but he has to keep his head down. On the other side of things though, we do have Footy Sports trying to take the fight with Fairy Tail. They're just stuck on the outside. They need the zone to start coming in. Bomberlivo launches the Doritos down for him, as you can hear that MG ring through the forest. Another connection for Vorpal Sword. They'll be going down. T-Bone now able to come off as they have picked up the res though on Scav. Right, look at this. Frag. Arak will be trying to hold out. He's been waiting for the push run his way. Unfortunately for him, Rox has got his number pinned.
Yeah, that gunfight that started quite a while ago between Foot and Tech Risk is back underway once more as Pixel will find 28 damage. Now, these shots don't necessarily need to be knocks. You just got to hold Arak in this position. Don't let him be a problem for later on. You know they're there, and this is not a direction that you want to funnel into if you're Foot, so you're hoping to pick up those points a little bit later. Another spray, another dash of damage dealt, but T-Bone will take some in return as the blue zone, and that nade could be really dangerous, but T-Bone will sprint out of the fire or range of the shrapnel as he steps back behind the pony once more.
He does join behind the pony with the cover that is going to be from Footy Sports though. Vorpal Sword in a little bit of rags, but are they rags to riches again? No helmet though, as they have to try and drive forward. The MG is ripping them apart at the moment. Can anyone stop? Yes, they can. It's actually Presenti from the other side. Damage done from Vorpal Sword. They continue to hold. They're outside the zone. Hive driving their way forward to try and get this conversion here. Presenti's down there in the middle of the zone. Does give the opportunity for a team like Risk now to start backfield. A great swing around and Conf will fall.
T-Bone now pushing and marching his team into the top 8. Barizi looks this way. He's only got 35 HP. He's got to make the shots matter, but Pixel's got eyes on the back of his head, and he's got Barizi's head in his sights as Vorpal Swords will fall. 4 teams left standing. It's a 3v2 v3v2. 2 of the teams who were in the hunt are still alive. A win for Risk or Foot could be crucial in determining who makes it through, and it ain't going to be for Take Risk, as a great spray from Pixel's M249 wiped them out. It's a 3v2 v3 now, Mark, and Foot, they're starting to build some real momentum in the late game.
It's the one game Foot special, is it now though, Gibson? 3 versus 3 and versus 2. 2 danger in weight. They are on the outside. It is phase number 8. They are now the closest to Footy Sports, but they got to also think about how they get in. Pixel lays low. Rox is in weight on the other side of this ridge line, and see it load the last mag into his M249. 8 kills again. Footy Sports now knocking Voptrox out of that top position. The dogfight is underway. And even with a win here, this might push Footy Sports further up the field, taking over CS and driving on towards that Fairy Tail. But everybody that remains is everybody in the fight for the top.
Yeah, this is a crazy ending here for these teams. If Foot can get this win, it might even push them up right on top of Fairy Tail if the kills fall the right way. Remember, 10 points for a win. They've already been gathered a lot of the points on the leaderboard already from their placements. Remember, this is live. Thanks very much to Mark for spending 17 million US dollars.
Someone asked me that as well, so no, don't listen to him. I spent a little bit of money on the live
Right,
leaderboard.
it was 16 and a half. Like, right. I rounded up for dramatic effect.
Terrible, mate. You're going to get me in trouble. You are. But now, let's get back to
Mark's
the
account to be like 16.5 million for one broadcast. What's that about?
Where's this profit and loss gone?
Presenti's gonna Presenti. How the gilly?
It's the gilly. It's the gilly. 100%.
It's a bushman. It's a bushman.
He sees bright side. He gets bright side. April would jump up though. The giddy full effect. Camouflage, but no, the barrel to the face. There's no camouflage in that one. Now it's a 3 versus 3 head-to-head fight. They start working their way forward, but they forget there's people on the side of them. Dante not just gets 1, gets 2. 8 kills at the moment. It is down to Pixel. The M249 can rip apart multiple. Scav and T-Bone, they're going to give the information away as Pixel gets as close as he can towards the door. But Rox has already got his right foot and hold, and he will not give that up easily.
Yeah, 8 kills and guaranteed at least the 6 points. So it's a 14-point game, but it looks like Hive know where they are. And the Hive mind will close on this position. The spray does a bit more damage and Foot will fall. It's a big win for the side of Hive as they jump into top spot all but securing their place in the finals this weekend. But for Foot, they got into the top 8, but you have to wonder for a second, when all the dominoes started to fall and they found themselves in that 3v3, they surely thought that there was another 7+ points coming their way until Dante just said no.
Dante was the problem. They just didn't know he was on the right-hand side, how close he was. He was sitting there for so long, quiet. And obviously they stepped on over. He not just got the 1, he got the 2, but he blew apart the opportunity for Foot Esports to confirm more points. Now, yes, if they got the win, it would have put them higher up on the leaderboard, but they didn't do it, and therefore they're now drawing the cut. We've only got 2 games left here. We are going to be going to the Sandy Dunes in Miramar. Yesterday, Foot Esports did pull out a good win, or close to win, with huge amounts of kills in Miramar. They're going to have to do it again. It can't be reliant on one game for them. But we'll go to a quick break. When we come back, said before though, it's going to be match number 11. See you guys in a few.
Town, from London to Taiwan, I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 won't you let the light shine through? In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you,
I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. If you ain't talking money, don't talk to me. I be over here where the bosses be. Pockets on thick, cause I eat my greens. Way too hot, 3,000 degrees. No pictures, please. Cameras flashing, I'm VIP, I'm a big deal. My life a movie, I'm the one they wanna be still. And I'm a queen, yeah. Keep it real, yeah. I keep my circle tighter than an earring piercing. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. And they all wanna come to my yard, ice me out and leave me alone. You know I be popping off, switching lanes, swiping cars. They're throwing them bags at me, cause obviously I am a star. Run up a check with me, I'll make it rain, I got the funds. That's what I do for fun. I know that you want some, so stop playing games and go run and get you some. I got beauty and brains, I ain't no plain Jane. Cost a lot to maintain, but it ain't a thing. Let's be for real, I'm way too cute to be broke, had to fix it. I'm the captain of the ship, pulling my weight like I'm into fitness. All about my business, feeling myself, I get a witness. A1 treatment like a mistress, dunking on him, I don't miss. I look like a bag of money I'm on, they wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. One thing about me, I stay fly. One thing about me, I'm down to ride. One thing about me, I was born to shine. One thing about me, I'ma get mine. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long. I look like a bag of money I'm on. They wanna know what I'm on. Diamonds dancing on my neck, that is the vibe I'm on. Way too lit, who gon' check? You can tell me none. Boss mode in effect, and my money long.
Here we go. It's unfortunately the penultimate game of the last chance. We're on Miramar. It was a slight delay due to a player connection issue. As always, I apologise, guys. That's the player's fault. It's not safe for this time. It is a southeast, out towards the northwest. Again, another plane that goes through the heart, the soul of the map. This one is the sandy dunes of Miramar, Gibson, and you're freshly safe and you even had that much time to go have a shave.
Yeah, I was literally saying to you, like, I might go for a shave between maps 5 and 6, and you were like, Gibson, mate, go ahead now. Plenty of time. I literally sat back at my desk as Mark was like, and we're going to game in 3, 2, 1. But Mark, last game, really good for Foot. Could have been a lot better if they got the win. Hive obviously took advantage of a really good push in that game. You know, at one point they had 2 players down in a battle, I think, with 4 pushman, and eventually they went on to get the win. But that result really means that it is still completely up for grabs. Like, if you look at the points, Redline, Contesters, Foot, Voptrox, Risk, and even TMO are all still in with a chance of qualification. But for Nedex and the boys, if they want to qualify, this is where they really got to put rubber to the road. Because if you go into the final game needing a win, plus a lot of things to go your way, you're asking for trouble.
You are asking for a lot of trouble, unfortunately, for them. Zone in the middle. It's not too much trouble. They're not that far away from it. But they are going to need to find some way to play out from it, though. So, let's get into things. Pubg still landing, taking a couple of shots either way. As 0-1-0 Esports extend back towards Minas. The old mines, they'll be happy. CS will be also happy. They're in the centre of the zone again. We've seen them play well from a centre position and get themselves in the top spot. A team again looking to maybe claw ahead a little bit there on their leaderboard. But Foot, Voptrox still contending. But at this point now, surely, unless TMO... Yeah, unless TMO down have a huge game, and I've got to say goodbye to Savage, potentially as well. I'd even argue to say, I think RFI down are potentially in a area of which they've got to go hard, or literally this is the end of their journey.
I think that TMO need a double-digit point game. Even 10 points in this game will be enough to give them a chance, but you need to get it that, you know, you need to start things now if you want to make that push. But a few things I wanted to pick up on was, well, we'll pick up on it maybe in a second because we could potentially have a fight going on, but was usually whenever the big teams aren't in a lobby, you know, your Navis, your Twisted Minds, you'll see like another one of the big teams taking the Pachinki Picado drop. I'm a little surprised that Foot didn't go ahead and try to secure that for their own, because in the Americas, at least, if Falcons aren't in a lobby, you can be sure Liquid are going to try to take Pachinki Picado. But it's been left to Stuckers, and you know, maybe Foot just want to keep playing the way they will whenever the grand finals come. But I think when qualification's on the line, you should be making those spots your own.
And part of that is because you're thinking you're in the centre of the zone. Arguably, you're always going to get the zone from there. If not, you're going to stand at least a foothold in the zone. I feel like Foot just want to play their game. And if they're playing their game, they're good. But I feel like if they get drawn into other games, then that's where we don't see him kind of flow and perform. We'll have to wait and see. But it's a very valid point. Centre zone, Cardo, not really being contested or challenged forcing these teams a little bit more freedom of movement before Foot, and let's not be too hasty and say actually some of these teams might be the ones that end up holding them out.
Yeah, and I'm looking at like who could play spoiler now. I think that Hive and Hype Beasts have been unleashed, right? They can really have fun with the lobby now because at this point they're all but secure. So they can gatekeep. They can take gunfights purposefully to stop other teams from qualifying now. Now, whether or not they do it, it's worth keeping an eye on. But can we talk about the fact that our top, you know, 3 out of our, that was so close, but 3 out of our top 4 teams, Mark, they were very poor at the weekend, right? Like Hype, Hive, and Ascend were way down at the bottom half of that lobby. And look at them now today and yesterday. Way up at the top. It's been a really good turnaround in the space of a day or two.
Hype, Hive, and Ascend as well would have been a potential pick for me that should have gone through, right? You'd look at the team, you'd look at the names on the paper and go, hey, this team should be qualifying. Why are we not seeing it? And people will put it down to, oh, the lobby's too tough. We've got the big names, the big boys in the lobby, and they're outperforming these guys. at what point do we stop saying that with these teams? Like, they've got to take it into their own hands, right? Like, and for me, I come back to the hype beast all the time. They're a team that we see every single event. They get to one stage extra. They're kind of grinding their way up. They're doing what they're doing. They're getting the practice in. But they need to take their next big leap. And it's not a little step anymore. It's a leap. Not going through on lower qualifiers. Going through, securing your spot. Becoming that household name that you'll be in the likes of the Navis, etc. They're at the stepping stone to get there.
Yeah, and it kind of falls back onto that point that I like to talk about as well. I feel like early round qualifiers and groups are so much harder for these teams to read, because the further, like, even though the standard of player in a lobby gets significantly higher when you get to the very, the finals of a region, it's easier to read because you can predict more easily what a team's going to do, where they're going to go, what the timings are going to be like. But in the group format where the lobby changes every single day, you have to be so in tune with all the 24 teams. And I suppose in the LCQs, you have the argument as well that your Navis, your Twisted Minds, etc., they're not here.
Yeah.
So in a way, this lobby is easier because it's more static and because you're missing some of the really big dogs as well.
It's difficult. You cannot take that factor away that it plays out differently. Omelovo taking advantage, and again another team which is like a hype beast for me at the precipice of being into greatness. Omelovo and Fairytale always been quite good on the Miramar map, so a team on that side of their leaderboard, 74 points. You kind of got to say they're qualified now. I'm going to put the 60s in question. Redline need one more good game. They get out the topic of conversation. Then we're kind of, for me, I feel like we're looking at maybe 2, maybe 3 positions at a stretch if the Voptrox, the Risks, and the TMOs take big games. And that was a big leap of faith, and Bomelovo will claim victory on that one. And that is not what TMO need.
Yeah, and that's another player lost in a situation where you really shouldn't be losing one. But you can't blame him either. Bomelovo was as quiet as a mouse. Not a single noise given away. Now he's got a chance. Oh, he's going to click on empty on the mini. He's only got 70 rounds in reserve here as well, so can't be as gung-ho with the bullets as he would like to be. He might be able to find some more inside that body, but you've spotted out some shenanigans elsewhere. It looks like Risk are caught in the middle of a fight with Hive, and Hive have the better of them so far.
They do. About to say get there in time. Risk go down. 0-1-0. Tried to make the push as well. Got a body down. They have the opportunity to extend forward and even not just get their res. I think they are. Not even just get their res, but apply pressure. So I was going to go for that. If again, like, they're low down the leaderboard. Like, they've got 2 more games. This is the penultimate game for the last chance. Why not send all the bodies in? Why not commit to Hive? They've qualified. They can do whatever they want. Deny out now and get yourself in towards a better position to maybe leapfrog ahead. For now, they get the res. They're playing a bit more passive. They're going to go back and find themselves a bit of safety. Everyone else, oh no, that's not a team we want to see fighting as Pixel goes down. Footy Sports in a 3-man fight here against 4 strong with Ascent.
Yeah, you can see the Kiliakai's wrapping around, but oh no, Kiliakai, the Murado is not made for that type of terrain, and he's going to flip it, but he wanted to get behind enemy lines. He wanted to wrap behind Scav, but for now, he's going to have to go on foot. Scav in a ton of trouble here, as are Foot as a whole, and I think Scav, he's made the right decision. He's bailing out of there. Yes, you're leaving your teammate 8C to fight all by himself, but it's more important to keep 2 players up than to potentially lose during this fight. Chris will get that knock. He'll get the flush, but for Foot, you've got to play as a 2 for the rest of this game. And that has just opened the door wide for Voptrox again.
Wide. It's a double door at this point. The breeze is going. I now need to not just tie up because they're both with Ascend in the middle. 2 parts of the bread sandwich is Foot. They've got to tie themselves up. Voptrox, though, look at that, eager to come on. They were getting involved. They've been reading the kill feed. They will be happy that Foot Esports are down as a Geo. A difficult map to play, and the fans of Foot Esports, though, will be looking at this game as a potential write-off. But if that's the case, people, it means the final game is going to be huge, and it is going to be make or break for Foot Esports.
Yeah, and that is not the way you want... Well, in one way, you're going into the last game with your future in, you know what you got to do to qualify, but you want to make that task easy. You want, even as a 2, you can get 4, 5, maybe 6 points in this game, depending on how the dominoes fall. The circles not really went the way that you would have liked, but I would look at this mark and say, if I'm Foot, you gotta wrap in the blue. Go up through Cantera, go up through Minas, you know, work your way up that section of the map and just play the survival games at this point. If you leave the main road through Los Leones, all you're going to run into is trouble.
Problem is as well, you look at the trouble you've got on that side. Voptrox over there as well. You know, there's been a bit of banter and beef between Foot Esports and Ascend. Don't know why. It always seems to clash, these two. So again, Ascend will be happy that they are potentially helping the other German team maybe qualify through. But
well, they didn't really help each other over the week.
No, I was about to say that they actually started clashing yesterday as well. But it was good to see as I can't remember if it was Millie or they said that it's either, I don't mind if Ascend and Voptrox fight, as long as they are top 1 and 2, and that's what we saw yesterday. They were fighting in a 1-2. Well, here comes the shenanigans. Hypebeast making an aggressive stance. Fairy Tail, though, are 1 down as they do charge their way through. Another M249 as we go for the breach into the compound. Kessa's taking a bit of damage, but Nitro takes the fall, and RFI getting involved as well.
Yeah, Marbo doing some damage, but April is DBNO. Now, I think Hypebeasts will use this opportunity to try to get the res and keep the pressure on. For Fairy Tail, 75 points on the board so far. You're not through the woods just yet, and if you fall early at the hands of a Hypebeast here, things could go from bad to worse. But yeah, here is Keter, and we spoke about it. Massive congrats on qualifying for PNC. It is no easy feat to represent your nation in any title, and for Keter, it is so well deserved.
100%.
And I can't wait to see what he can do on an international stage.
Yeah, 100%. Overdue, some would say. Confident trying to hold the push. Hypebeast going on the outside. Noik though ready. M249 but taking shots though. But it's not going to be enough from the team of RFI. Right side goes in. April pops in the outside. Not just 1 but 2. The final player now for his bright side as he charges his way through. Does use the bands to effect. But as he goes down, he comes outside. Pre-fire comes round as Nitro has to duck back in. He ducks into cover and he'll finish it off though. Maybe the opportunity to smoke's really blooming. Noik should be resible here and they can play this one out as a 3-man.
And if you're the likes of Foot, you're thinking, right, Fairy Tail have fallen, so we get those 5-6 points, we close the gap on them. Redline will be thinking to themselves, we can move another spot up that leaderboard, but we are still in the foundation block setting of the map, right? You're setting down your plans. We're so early on, Phase 2 hasn't even closed yet, so there's still a lot of things that can happen, that can change. Like, for example, this rotate that is happening by TMO on the very south of the circle, that rotate could impact every single team in the lobby. If they run into Vorpal Swords and they fight, Ascend get into the circle ahead of them. So every decision, and I talk about this all the time, there is no esport in the world where a lobby of 64 players that every single decision made by an individual player impacts all 63 others.
It does. Every rotation is going to count now. Savage going to rotate their way in. As we do see the pop go through. Fortunately for Foot Esports, needs to tab them up for a speed. And yeah, it's going to be a case they are trying to scout their way forward. Phase number 3 can kind of get away with a little bit, but not too much. Let me put the extension back on so we can see the players at distance. And Ascend, we're taking a few shots here from Foot Esports. Actually see a rotation and hear the rotation coming round by Savage. And they're going to go down by Brex and Pains.
Yeah, Savage going through the blue as things stand as Phase 3, so it's not the worst in the world, but if you manage to intersect these two teams and get all the way around to the north in the San Martin, it's a pretty good rotate to go for. Foot with 2 players up are rotating in between that 2-2 split of Ascend as things stand as well. They took that rotate that I expected them to. They went all the way up around to Cantera and Minas. But Scav coming under heavy fire takes a lot of damage. Mark, he's in trouble. He's spinning. He's going around like a Beyblade. He's going to hit the deck, but he's still on his feet. He still has a chance. But Braxco and Pains combine, and down he falls. And now there's only 1 player left for Foot. And well, T-Bone, PNC, former world champion T-Bone, has got to eke out a big performance for his team just to keep them in the hunt.
Yeah, they do. Unfortunately, his body's already here. Takes huge amounts of damage. Tries to continue going up high, but he's going into the hive themselves. You have to take the opportunity now just to get the med back on. We won't see the push just yet come over the top. Rox would have heard the car, and T-Bone might look to try and take the zip line to safety. Not just at the moment. Double back the way you come. Rox comes over the top. It's actually Dante that gets the kill. And unfortunately for Esports, 14th place for them. They are on the outside edge. Now looking in for our penultimate game. And it's all eyes on Voptrox for them.
Yeah, if I'm Voptrox, if I'm TMO, I am licking my chops right now. This is a real opportunity for them to get back inside the top 8. If you're in the top 8, it is the easiest game in the world in Game 12. Just keep an eye on the kill feed. Understand what is happening with the other side. Just do one better. Just one placement point more. 1 point more than whichever team is in 9th could be the difference. And here is TMO that we just spoke about. Justice, I think he has potentially lost a tire inside that Murado. Might be about to lose a lot more than that, as he's going to come under a heavy fire here, Mark, on the edge of the circle. But there's a good teammate. Tiska will pick him up. And will TMO, where do you go? There's so little real estate on this side of the map for them to play.
Yeah, they're looking for potential, that hope and praying that this compound in front might be free. They don't know just yet, because they've come the other way around. And for now, they're having a quick look. Zone is going to shift away. I'll try not to stand this one too much. It goes back towards that kind of Sam Martin as Ascend do crash their way in. Let's go jump onto those fights, because I know some people in other people's chat will be going, Mark's missing the fights again. Always the case. Ascend, get the initial knock. Savage, fortunately down. It's not been a great last chance for them, but they've contended to this level. They're going to have to try and hold out. This is the fight I'm interested for, because if Voptrox clear the kills here now, it's going to give them the drive to potentially go forward and take back on for Esports, and it will come down to the final game.
And TMO are on the move. Voptrox, don't know if they realized it was TMO, but that would have been really big points for them, as well as TMO now will look to leapfrog Voptrox into the circle. Remember, as I said, every decision made impacts everyone else in the lobby. Now Hive get into a gunfight with Vorpal swords. That will actually free up TMO. This is what I spoke about. Because Voptrox drove by first, it gives TMO the free rotate between Hive, and that gives them all the information as well. Red line picking up a couple of knocks onto the Stuckers as Pufax Mixu. And it looks like, I think we'll see more, but Macau's going down to Ascend, so it's all kicking off across Miramar. But that little fight, Voptrox going a half a second earlier, has allowed TMO to get to this position.
Has Redline securing their spot, getting the kills in play. Here come the Doritos, will rain down. Zico will be there. It slides into victory. Now he finds himself some more cover. Vorpal Sword come further afield. They will now hold. UST going to be down and out. CS now extending their reach from the power grid to make an electrifying attack towards the RFI team, who again, oh God, they need a huge game. I can't see it, Gibson. I think this is the end of the road for RFI and Tommy, who has been outstanding so far over the last week. Well, I suppose last weekend and the last 2 days.
Need about 40 points over 2 games to make it happen, and Tommy is now knocked. Marbo, one of the last players standing. The nade's going to get tossed down into that ridge line. Bounces off the tree, but Marbo will get out of dodge. Can you get to Artun? Can you play with your teammate? Or do you go for the res? He's going for the res. He knows how important this one could be, but look at contesters. They want every bit of this, and they're going to get everything off of it. Modic will find that knock onto Marbo. The question is, can your last player, can Artun confirm out a kill of his own, as TMO will find a knock and it's stolen away by Hypebeasts?
Surely Dante's going to see a complete free reign. He has seen him, so now the attention from Hive can look back that way. 0-1-0 trying to make the fight on towards red line. They get cleared pretty much before I get there. More kills going in the way. That's 7 so far for red line. They're storming ahead. Not bad actually if you're Foot Esports. You're taking these kills away from the teams that are chasing. That is going to be a favour. Voptrox, though, trying to sneak under the watchful eye of Dante, away from the danger of Hive. They might get away from it now, but they'll be going straight into the hands of Ascend. German versus German. This is the time. You don't need to do it. These teams need to avoid each other where they can. But where else can Voptrox go unless they go through Dante?
Yeah, but Dante's got to be keeping an ammo count as well. He's running 2 guns with the same ammo type, so each of them will chew through ammo very, very quickly. I saw the labs announce that they're testing out a damage nerf and a rate of fire nerf for the DMRs as well, which I hope doesn't come into the game. Because I'm going to be honest, I love seeing the best player in the world using these weapons to their full advantage. Because,
push them to Bowies,
being real. Yeah, but let's be real. You watch these players, Mark, they can do things with DMRs that we just can't.
Yeah. We try. You try. Trying's to count. That's what makes the difference. And they just try a little bit harder and they get more connecting shots. That's all, Gibbs. That's what I keep telling you. Talk about connecting shots. Though. It's not going to be long before this one erupts, though, as Ascend now leave the safety of the compound. South of San Martin looking to climb the high ground. As Dante not looking his way. But it does mean they're on the other side of the valley. They climb up and over the mountain. It's going to be Voptrox, so they're going to have to take on Ascend head to head.
And remember, Foot are watching this with intent. 8 points gap is the difference between Voptrox and Foot as things stand. And we're not in the placement points just yet. No kills for Voptrox, but they are in the middle of a very, very busy area. Dante steps on up, gets the first knock, and, well, Aniko now, that information will be fed to Presente. He's going to begin peeking around this ridge line, as that means that Neeks and Voryx are now looking up to the sky, not aware of the threat, of the clear and present danger that might be coming their way from the other side. And the big thing about this battle, this is the edge of the circle.
Yep.
These teams are not in. They have got to win this fight and then push in. And the last team to go in is probably going to be the team that moves last might just be the best position for these ones.
Hold on.
In a fight like this.
If Voptrox get a 0-point game, TMO needs something massive, but that then makes it literally going to come down to the last game. Ascend starting to leave. Brex, though, left behind. Does he know what's actually waiting for him as he walks out on the outside? Neeks is going to be there. I think Brex is now heard him. Goes for the step out. Gets one, though. One final player here for Voptrox. Voryx is a beast that can turn round kills. Brex, we know, is the big IGL. He knows he can convert as well. The second getting involved now. They're also know they're aware they're fighting a multi-team front here as Brex launches a nade. Takes the opportunity to get Med back on.
German on German violence once more as Voptrox are saying that is nicht sehr good, as they do not want to lose this fight, and Voryx will get a big knock onto Braxco. He'll go down to the blue,
He's gonna get that, though.
but he'll secure the point, and every single point matters. They're 1 point closer to Foot, but Foot, they're breathing a sigh of relief, but it's not a deep one just yet because TMO are still alive. They're 18 points behind, so they might not catch them in this game, but they can certainly close that gap enough to turn up the heat in the kitchen.
And got to turn the heat up in the kitchen as Ascend are currently on 10 kills. And Chris has got the AWM in hand. They're going to continue to hold. Mate, scrap that. Make that 11 kills now. As I said, I feel like today has been much more of a victory lap from this team. It has been night and day from Team Ascend, especially from the last, or the closed qualifiers and the last chance. If Ascend can bring this level of action, this level of pressure to this weekend, I wouldn't be surprised to see them qualify. They need a top 3. It's a big ask. But is it mindset for them? Is it they're worried about the other teams and they're overthinking the rotations because they know it's Na'Vi and all these other jazzy teams in the lobby? I think if Ascend just play their game aggressive like this, they should be in a talking point for a top part.
They've won a PEC before. Like, how many teams have done it? Not that many. So we know that they can get over the line. The question is, the thing for them is they've lost all semblance of, I don't think stability is the right word, but I think maybe the right word is cool. Well, yeah, they've lost a little bit of cohesion. I think you're right on that, but I feel like consistency is the big one. They've lost their consistency, as they will also lose pains as Nailup will pick up that point. Honestly, what a day it's been for Redline. Like, this is a team that, you looked at the last event, the qualifiers, the groups at the weekend, and you were thinking, this team's got to make some big steps to qualify. And look at them, 76 points, 9 kills on the map, and the potential of more to come.
As I said it openly, I wrote them off a little bit coming into there. I was like, the day's done. It might be the end of their journey. The end of the road is for them. And I said it's going to be down to the teams that want to win, and they've come out and they want to win. They don't want the time to end. And this is sometimes where the best sportsmen come alive, and sports females as well. But if you want to win and you can convert, you're going to do it.
Yeah, look at this. TMO just want to fight, but Hypebeast and Savage are pushing in. TMO are going to go for the res, but they don't know about Savage right behind. The nade will signal where it is. The nade from Noik is perfect as it gets the double. Now Tiska, he's going to fall. So the Mytho could only close the gap by 5. Foot now breathing a sigh of relief. They've got a 7-point lead going into the final game over that last qualification spot for the finals. But Mark, the timing, Hypebeast realizing what had happened, realizing the res was coming off. That is just great decision making from them to pick up those extra couple of points.
It's literally going to the last game, mate. It is actually going down to the last game. We want it. We love it. Nades will go through. Gets the actually not gets denied. Actually goes up towards the blue. Savage will take 6th place for them, and now ascends after a victory lap going backwards. It's down to 1 man, 1 army, which is its Chris. He's got a bolt in hand, doesn't have the vest. Grozer is closing him down. Ivis refusing to let him get away too quickly. Vorpals are close. They can't push him, though, because they are sitting in the bowl. But do worry, because they've just put a poll up saying Foot makes top 4. Not quite this game, but they definitely need it in the next one.
He's like, Foot of 2 players left alive at the point the poll's going up. Wonder can they make top 4? Look, they're top 8 at the minute, and that is all that matters this weekend. There's no money up for grabs. There is, at this point in time, there is no PGC points. It's just get into the finals. Give yourself a chance to qualify for EWC. Where at the end of the day, Mark, it's been dominated by North America.
I knew you was going to bring that up. My days, the transition. I knew it was coming, mate. No.
Falcons are back-to-back boys, and they're going to go for the 3rd time's the charm.
No, mate, not happening. Not happening. This is an Emea win. I'm telling you, I feel it. I feel it in my bones, mate.
Honestly, as long as it's Emea or the Americas, we're happy.
Yeah, I agree. We have a bit of banter between us, everyone. I got a nice car fortification.
The car.
Right, it gave us a nice car fortification. Kind of helps at the end. Top 4 scenario. It's not going the way, unfortunately, of Hypebeast. CS, though, driving. If they get the center zone, right, from the pop, from their drop, you tend to find this team remains in. Now, they might not get all the kills they want to, and that's what I said they dropped yesterday. They found themselves with 2 chicken dinners, one definitely far greater than the other. But if this team here, if they find themselves in the center, they're pretty good for a win.
Hypebeast wiped out. Good nade from Zioyuk. I'm not even I don't even know, Mark. I'm sorry for butchering the Gids per name, but red line, 9 kills on the board for them. 2 players up in this 4 versus 2. Surely this is Contester's victory lap. This is the map that secures them a spot into the grand finals weekend as well.
Do you know what gets me? Actually, SnapX is played so well. I know Melman's big name.
Yeah.
Right, but SnapX for me, like Tommy, he's been kind of an outstanding name so far. Should be done. You got him with the flash, but he's been flashed back. Melman closes. SnapX, definitely a player to be watching. Good game. It is our penultimate game, though, and it is done and dusted, more importantly. I'm worried now. I am worried now. Why? Because it's the final game, and yes, we saw Foot fall early, but we saw other teams around him also fall early there, Gibson. So it means there's only 1 set of circles, 1 more map before we have to decide who our top 8 are.
I'm looking at it, and with the points tally the way they are, maybe it is just a case there's 1 spot up for grabs. Like that Foot spot, you look at the gap above it, it is going to take mountains to move for 2 teams to fall into that top 8. Yeah. So I feel like it's all down to Foot. They've got to be looking below them at this point in time. Don't be looking forward. Don't be looking for top spot.
Yeah.
Just what are TMO doing? What's being done on the other side of the coin? And can we just make sure we eke out whatever points we need to get it done? It doesn't have to be pretty. All you got to do is get into the finals and you have a chance.
I feel like at this point now, though, we can sort of say from hype down to kind of red line. I feel like they're confirmed in. There's an argument to say about Fairy Tale, who are sitting on 76 points. Footy Sports on 62. And then we've got Voptrox on 65. I think it's too much for TMO to catch up now. They would need a huge game. They would need a huge game. But there is a conversation. If Voptrox and Foot do perform, do they outperform a Fairy Tale? that we'll have to wait and see. For now, let's take a quick break. It's our final break. Hopefully, touch wood, it won't be as long as the last couple have been, but we will see yourself in match number 12, the final game here from the last chance.
24 teams became 16, which is about to become 8 to qualify through to the finals this weekend to get themselves a chance to qualify for EWC. All the maps are done, bar one at this point, Mark, and I'm going to say it, I think all the spots, bar one, are locked in as well. It is all between Foot, Voptrox, and TMO to see who can get over the line and secure that final spot.
Here you go, chap. Let us know. Who do you think is going to take that final slot? I do think there is an argument that Fairy Tail, if they drop the game and Foot and Voptrox have a big day, they could potentially get in. TMO be looking to try and close it down. They've got to go explosive and go aggressive quite quickly. Voptrox need to be consistent, but need to be more consistent than Foot Esports. And Foot Esports take a completely different path as we see Risk jumping in for Impala. Is that a telltale sign that they were looking to finish Foot's day?
That would have been dangerous. If Foot got themselves in a hot drop early, even if they win it, if they lose a player or two, you're in trouble. So at this point, they've all... Oh, look at that circle.
Nice.
It's not perfect for Foot, but it is brilliant for them. They have got full control of the south side. They can loot. And look at that. Straight away, you're seeing the rotate north.
Yep.
They want to secure spots. But we'll speak about that in a second, because we got action. We got kills, Mark. If you didn't jump to this fight, Chad, I'd be like, we're fighting on screen. Why are we not watching the fighting?
This is a professional broadcast, people. There's no messing around here. There's storylines to be told. There's Marbo to be getting kills. I miss another one. That's going to be a call out in chat, though. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. RFI. It's a bit of a... can't really say a victory lap, can I? This is a going out in style. I think they've done well. Let's not take anything away, guys and girls, right? We are talking about the top 24 teams. Let's say 26, because we've got to include TM and BB, right? These are our top 26 teams globally, and RFI are in that discussion point. Okay, they will be unfortunately on the bottom side of the 8 that will be going goodbye, but a team which again is climbing and climbing as they look to climb away or find an exit plan now, because Savage is also being a bit savage in their name.
Yeah, I love it. Why not go out with a bang? You're bottom of the leaderboard. You're going to have some fun with it. RFI, Kovalevi, you've got the M249. You can hold the pre-fire for a little bit longer. Another 26 damage is dealt, but you know how dangerous the micro Uzi can be in these really tight situations. Like, even though the M249 shoots bigger bullets at close range, oh no, the click empty of the discount DMR. But at close range, that micro Uzi is a dangerous, dangerous weapon.
Yeah, you normally can pull the trigger fast from the micro Uzi. Actually comes from the other side, which is the Ace, my favorite gun at the moment. Micro Uzi gets done, dusted. This is a short destruction, but it does mean there's a more points not up for grabs for the teams like Foot, like for the teams like Voptrox. It means it goes all the way, but the barrel springs to life, as unfortunately Perez will go down, and the Savage team are down to 2.
SARS and Grunex, the last 2 players standing. Grunex, of course, was a thorn in the side of, I think it was TMO in the last map. Didn't get the kill, but did a little bit of damage onto him at the very end, and that allowed them to be wiped by Hype Beasts. But now, can they do the exact same to RFI? Tommy, off in the distance, reveals your position as Hype Beasts, just as I speak about their name. And you pointed out, here come Stuckers. Why not get involved in this fight for Chumacera?
You got to remember as well, okay, yes, I know it's the game 12 antics, right? And these teams not in the qualification talking points. I get it, right? But they are going to have an impact on the cutoff. There will not be as many points up for grabs early on at the moment. Hype Beast will go down. 4 PM will launch up to 13th place as they will say goodnight. At the moment, 99 points, and qualification is not a problem for them. They will be joining us at the weekend in the road to EWC finals.
Things that you love to see. They didn't quite get to the 100-point mark, though, which I'm sure they would have loved to have done whenever you're stuck on 99. But why not? Artoon will find another knock. That's a player that you and I both love from our time casting some Nordic Pubg. And I want to see Artoon continue to do better. Tommy went for the quick little one-tap with the bolty. Did a little bit of damage, but not enough to wipe out SARS. And while all that's been going on, 2 of the teams in the top 8 Fairy Tail and Foot are securing themselves really good prio spots inside the circle. And I'm looking for where Voptrox are playing. And they're playing the long and slow game way out on the edge of the circle, Mark.
Look at this. Everyone's descending into Macera, which they can't get their qualification. Has already got qualified, causing chaos. Voptrox are moving away to TMO. The kill feed is lighting up. Footy Sports got a nice entry point in towards Death Valley. We've not even spoke about how bad the zoning because there's so much unplayable, but actually it might play off to advantage because there might not be a lot of teams left at the end of this one.
Yeah, and this is it's the points that matter, right? If you've loads of teams battling it out in the early stages, yes, it gets you closer to the placements, but it's points that you could have gotten being taken away. Pufax, well, he's going to get potentially taken away, but that nade doesn't quite go far enough, but Artoon takes enough damage to force him back into cover. The BZ nade will be a perfect opportunity for Artoon to close the gap. The res is being popped by Kartoffel, and Artoon, he just doesn't know that it's happening, and you can tell he's more focused on the shield, and now he's back into this 1 versus 2 up on the hill.
He's getting made back on. He's driving forward, so I'm going to be hearing that now. He's got a bit of cover on the small wall. And as he now hears the movement, he exposes one. Re-knock will happen, though, as the time will start ticking. Arntu's got the wall. We can keep playing peekaboo where he can. And Marble on the other side has some high ground elevation potential if they go close to the outside. But it's clean. Arn will get 1. Not that. Scrap that. 2 underneath it. And they'll be able to get the confirmation as Red Line drive up to the final USD player who's laying in wait.
Yeah, and you can see that there's still 2 Savage players as well. Artoon is just insane, though. Like, that's what we saw for a lot from him in the Norwegian League, right? We saw so much of that in, it was Telia League and then it was GGL, but I'm impressed. Like, I think Artoon is a cracking little player. I'm looking at Hive, 2nd place for them, right next door to Contesters, who had another big game for themselves in the last matchup, and that has secured their spot inside the top 8 as well.
At the base of the mountain, and we know how much that was an impact from Fairy Tail and TMO yesterday. Oh yeah, yesterday, feels like yesterday at this rate. Last game as they play sneaky, don't slip down the hill. I wonder if they've been spotted though. I know they haven't. This is too busy looting, loading the car up with more bits and bobs. TMO, I thought they were going to cross paths with Voptrox. They do go for the wider rotation Voptrox. They'll come in very much to the north side. Footy Sports coming away from Death Valley into Monty. That's a good hold because we know we've got to lose that east side. And 4 PM, well, they get the knock from Bomilovo, and they get the flush as well. And 4 PM, up to 5 kills.
Yeah, 5 kills for them, and it's another case of too little, too late. This is a team, like, when you've got someone like Seifu on your team, you have a chance, right? So I think they're going to be really disappointed they weren't able to take advantage of that with the roster that they have. But 39 points, it's respectable. Is it good enough? No. But it's something you can build on going into future events if they stick together. I think Melman knows exactly where Hive is, but this fight just can't really happen because of the terrain.
No, he hasn't marked it. He's cautioned the top side. I don't know. Actually, do you know what? I don't know, mate. I think they are, for somehow they've got there. Or they were there first and he jumped over the top of them.
You think so?
Yeah, he's not marked him. They've not made any noise. Presenti is looking for the opportunity. You can see them sort of scrabbling their way up. Jump! Maybe now he knows because they just jumped. He's still looking the other way. Not sure. But these could be some points that TMO desperately need.
Yeah, Nedex, of course. TMO in 11th place as things stand. Risk have just leapfrogged them. Yeah, sees him, but you can't take that fight yet. Nedex knows you've got to be in a much stronger position, and this is the one that's going to find Nedex. No, you had to hit those shots. This could be the difference in them getting through. Transitions over to the DMR, manages to get some help from Sparta, and they find rocks, and now Melman is going to step up over. Melman confirms out 1. He's going to jump on down, but Melman is going to get caught by Schengen, who is down in the gap. Now, one good nade from Nedex could really start to give them the momentum that they need. Nade is pulled. Is it going to land where it needs to land? It's going to bounce off the rock.
Oh,
and it does a little bit of air burst damage. You got to hit it for a second one. This one's even better. It's chasing him. Nedex lands it. And now TMO pick up another couple of points. But they still have a lot of work to do. And Nedex is out in the open. And look at the angle Presenti has on him.
For Team France, Needix, run! Leave him, run! Outfit, love it though. It's making the play back. Presenti has the angle for him. CSR starting to close their way down as we are now looking into a phase 2 scenario, and it goes back towards chaos, and we've got to join some of the chaos which is more inclined because Footy Sports are having to run back the way they came, but they've got to keep bodies up. Footy Sports keeping the bodies up might give them a conversation for late game. So far what we've seen, especially from a lot of these, I'm going to say 11 games, maybe 10 games because they had a good one yesterday. If they lose a body early, they go out soon after.
Yeah, and they're like, if I'm Foot, I'm watching this and I'm seeing TMO pick up points, I'm seeing Voptrox avoiding gunfights, and I'm thinking, right, well, all we've got to do is stay alive, right? The chances are, if Foot get into the top 4, even without any kills, they probably qualify. So it's about surviving. You've got great prio on the circle. Scava's brilliant angles over everything that's happening around. The rest of the players are playing the ridges just south of Monty. So at this point in time, they've got a great position to play. It's just Foot have to keep clean, right? Stay out of trouble. If you feel any team crashing one of your players, you either leave straight away or you bring everybody there and you take on the fight. You cannot afford to lose a player here, 2 players there. You have to keep 4 people up as long as possible. And Mark, are you trying to tell us that you think that Magsters is either disconnected or Redline don't know where he is and he's playing the sneaky game?
No, he's playing the sneaky game. I was actually watching the map feed because I haven't quite got it as easy as everyone else does. I've got it like at a side angle. I was watching Voptrox making the push and I was seeing if Fairy Tail collapse their split towards it or make the run. This time they made the run. Voptrox make the aggressive stance to try and find the centralized compound, and it plays off of them nicely.
Yeah, now Brightside's just going to play. Brightside, here come Voptrox again.
They need points.
Fairy Tail. Yeah,
Voptrox
need points. And Fairy Tail, like 76 points is, in my opinion, should be safe. Like that's 16-point gap over Voptrox in 9th place. Don't count me in my maths because that's terrible. It's 21 points. Where the hell? Where?
Irish maths, mate. Irish maths. That's what it is.
I don't know why. For some reason, I had it in my head that the numbers were the other way around. But Zubila, he'll get the knock and flush onto Chris. Vorpal Swords now have only got Zubila left standing. But Kiliakai has got the Scar on the other side. The rest of us are on the opposite side of the valley. They'll put pressure on. But for Zubila, I think Zubila has got more than enough in the tank to win this fight.
He's got the M4, don't forget. I'd much favour the M4 over the Scar. Sometimes the Scar is underrated, but he's got the cover, but it's not going to be enough cover though. His Pain's down to 1, and then we see the zip blind as Brex comes with reinforcements, and he goes, wee, I'm not needed. I'm going back to where we're going to play later on.
Yeah, and if anybody was on this side of the map, they would have a free kill at this point in time, but Brax, he can just take his time, zip line over. It's auto. You don't need gravity. If you read the sign, it means that it goes by itself. So
oh my God.
Why they go uphill.
What? What craziness is this?
Why? Why not?
Why is Pubg forcing the zone back to Foot and Voptrox as well? It's like, let's not make it crazy for these guys. Let's make sure these two are the final 2 teams and duke out at the end. Pan fight. Anyway, for now, Footy Sports though have to look to the skies as TMO, a team chasing in with the ability of 2 kills. They need some more at the moment, and I worry that Footy Sports are spread now, and we've still got 13 teams up with a very horrible zone.
Yeah, Foot with 4 players close to the edge of the circle now with that shift, but Voptrox find themselves in a wonderful position. So would a Fairy Tail. But here's a push onto Pixel. Pixel, here's the footsteps go past. Steps on over. Pixel gets the kill.
Hold on.
Point.
That's tactically placed. That is Pixel.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. Because
Honestly,
he went for it straight away. Did you notice? He went straight for that straight away. Pixel, you're a cheeky devil.
If I was watching this, what I would do is I would be watching Predator, and you could just cut off the end, like the last scene of Predator doing all the trap setup, and just do,
Pixel.
You could just superimpose Pixel setting up bikes inside and gas canisters.
Absolutely love it. Because we've seen it once before, we're seeing it once again. 30 Sports potentially leading it to the last game at the moment. We are now 15 minutes on the clock, which means you guys should be joining into the chaos that we have just ensued. And as we sow the seeds of this game, CS Climb the mountain, start pushing forward, and this is where I start to worry because Footy Sports need to start giving up some of the real estate and start to consolidate down. As Scav only's got reverse, might be lacking a driving license. He's able to get around. Now he's going to head his way back towards Pixel.
Yeah, and you look at 010. A lot of teams want this point right now. Kasu soaring through the sky, bullets going left, right, and
Sparta.
finally, Sparta will get the kill. TMO saying, we're not done yet. 13 points off. But look where 010 are playing now. Just go prone. Go prone, take a couple of shots. Somebody gets knocked, you should be able to get the res. This is a troll. For the rest of the lobby, 010 are now in a troll position.
They are. They can punish as well. They've got, what, 219 over 2, 293 over 2, 192. Yeah, they've got enough ammo to survive this one out.
Snap
Ooh.
will get that knock on the Scav. Now, these are big and
Oh, look who stole it.
Kill. Bjorn will pick it up. That's a 2-point kill if I've ever seen it. That reduces the gap back to what's that? 7 points? 8 points now because T-Bone will pick up a kill. So it was closed and it widens. But T-Bone and Foot have to make sure every single step is calculated. Every single step is the right move from this moment on because Voptrox's position in the circle, I think it's, with that shift, it's a little bit better now. You can collapse back into a full 4 in the middle of the zone. Like, Voptrox are playing for the late game. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, you're right. Footy Sports now needs to try and play to hold this outside edge. The teams are going to be pushing their way. Unfortunately now, CS on one side, Ascend on the other. And here comes the mortar fire from CS. That looks pretty good. They have spotted it. He's moved away from the smoke. Send right underneath the nodes though. Vaincy, UST coming alive, activating maybe at a critical time to save Footy Sports as he's now trying to take on SnapX.
Yeah, and Snap has been brilliant, of course, over the last few... Even at the weekend, when things weren't going good for contesters, Snap was able to put a little bit of crackle and pop on the rest of the lobby, and that reference is only going to land with a certain few people who are watching this broadcast right now. Elsewhere, Itzy will fall, Ascend, doing damage onto Foot. This is really, really dangerous. T-Bone, as you can see in the distance, is scampering back into Pixel's lair, and that lair will be their final, or hopefully not their final resting spot, but it's where they're going to put their feet up for a little while and pray they don't get crashed because they are not comfortable with that 8-point gap.
They are not, but they are trying to get points now where they can. UST take the opportunity to try and get some shots towards Ascend. You say Footy Sports already played away from this one. Zico on the outside edge of CS. So he will look to sort of drive their way in. Gotta be careful though. One step in the wrong direction. He's definitely heard that. April gets shipless. That's the danger on the outside edge. I think Zico knows. But the big talking point at the moment, we've still got 2 from Foot remaining. And a whole 4-man, though, from Voptrox. Will they be able to remain? Points will tell, but a win could be in the difference.
I love the fact that 7th is still alive, 8th is still alive, 9th is still alive, and 10th is still alive. Yes, we've only lost 5 teams so far, but Phase 4 and this circle looks like it could potentially be a bloodbath. Red light, really close to contesters. You can see that just above us. Nailop will get that opening knock and instant flush as contesters lose another. That might draw the ire and the attention of Ascend, who are going to push this way. Hive in 3rd place. They're still alive a little bit north of this one as we... How do 010... Bring up the map, Mark. Please bring up the map. How... Okay, no, the circle shift, yeah, they ran the gauntlet. They were never getting into that zone.
I saw the blue zone on the outside. I was like, they're gone, mate. They're completely gone. I'm going to see where these teams sort of come in. We've got Presenti coming on the outside. SnapX, also UST. Plus, we've got Redline running the gauntlet in between them and Ascend. But TMO on the outside edge. Big 2-2 split for them. I still think they're in a talking position here. Yes, I know the cut-off's at 64, but they're now on 51 with 4 kills. And they've got 4 bodies up here. 4 bodies, Gibson. I think this could make the difference, and it pains me to say, down to a duo, it's dangerous here from Foot because Ascend might get a free pass to push in. Well, I say that. TMO, Ascend, Redline, plus all our solos. There's only one place they're going now, Gibson, and that's towards Foot Esports.
And Pixel will start putting the smoke out because they know the push is coming. This is now going to be a trench warfare situation for Foot. As we said, you don't need to win. You just need to pick up enough points that you can cross that line. It doesn't matter whether you limp, you fall, or you sprint over the line of the scenario. And here comes the push. That's one way to crash as the blue zone needs triple blue zone. Kiliakai, get the hell out of there. It's a quadruple blue zone. And Pixel, he will fall back, tucked into the corner. Tosses out the nade, but T-Bone's going to take himself out. That is a huge loss. Maybe the molly was shot. Maybe it hit the wall, but it is all down to Pixel now. If Pixel falls, Vuptrox are going to get activated. And I think with the position they have, they could easily close this gap, Mark.
We need to close the gap. It's down to Pixel at the moment, so we're tabbing him up for a speed tab to send downstairs. They need to try and get the push. There'll be no special traps now left as Pixel has an opportunity maybe to jump out. But for now, he has to time the nade to perfection. He has to wait for Ascend to make the play. And hear the footsteps, and all they're going to do is look for the push. But if you're Vuptrox, you'll be praying for Team Ascend, the other German contenders, to take the fight on. But Pixel got nades for days at the moment. He can keep the pressure on.
Another team falls, though. That's another point for Foot. All they have to do is survive. Pixel doesn't need to get a bunch of kills here. He just has to stay alive. And as it stands, TMO, they're behind in this fight. They need the points as well. They're overlooking this one. And that's a point for Vuptrox. But here we go. Footfall, and it's activation time. 4 teams left alive. Vuptrox and TMO still in the hunt. 11 points for TMO if they want to secure its spot. It's doable. There's enough players alive. There's enough placement points to do it. But if you're Vuptrox, you got the center of the circle. And at some point, they've got to say to themselves, we just have to hold. We have 4 players up. There's 4 teams left alive. If we get second or third place, Foot are gone. Mark,
Second now is a win, mate. Second now is a win.
I think
Second now is a win.
I think
I actually
Vuptrox
think
are
they
in
do.
it.
They're not going. They just need to get it. That's a full clear from them. That is a full send from Ascend. The German team giving bodies towards the others. It means it's 66. Another placement. It means Foot Esports will fall here. That is going to be unfortunate. My chat's going to go full German in a second. We'll have to wait and see for now. Vuptrox, though, 4 alive. TMO making the push, though. As Brightside with the P90 has to continue to hold. Conf will be able to get the information. And TMO got a huge mountain to climb. Arguably, it's too much. Maybe too little, too late. But Justice now peeks on over and gets another point on the board.
Remember, if this is a one-on-one fight, it's TMO versus Vuptrox. At this point in time, if I'm Vuptrox, once Fairy Tail fall, you gotta deny. You deny, you secure your spot into the
but
finals.
how do you deny in the middle? How do you deny in the middle?
Nades, mollies, shoot each other. Do whatever the hell you can to stop
got the nades.
TMO from pushing up. They have got more than enough utility. If their math is good enough, they could do it. But never mind that. Bjorn is stepping up. He's trying to bring the fight. They're saying, yes, we could take the coward's way out and win that way, or we could do it in our own terms. Nade will get thrown. Bjorn will step back. Justice is down. But you can see Fairy Tail are tagging on to Tiska at this point. Mark, Vuptrox, they're sending 2 players up here. They have got no mindset to deny here at all. They want to go out with a bang.
Yeah, that is a bang going forward onto Needix. It actually caught him. He actually launched the nade on himself as well. Needix will be down. And Vuptrox, they want the points. They want the confirmation. 66 without the placements. They're going to be going through at this point. TMO down to the final body. April, the final body also for Fairy Tail. And they are looking to continue to drive on forward. And there we see it. Vuptrox will take the placement, though, over the top of Foot. And Foot Esports falls short at the end. It wasn't their day. And it is not going to be their night either. They will drop into 9th. TMO looking to try and drive forward, though. But they need 9 points on the board. And they can't do it. They're going to unfortunately go down towards the zone, and it does mean at this point TMO, Risk, UST, 4PM, RFI, Savage, 010, and Foot Esports will say goodnight because this is our victor. It's Vuptrox. They were consistent, and they're consistent to the end.
And the German team crossed the line. But it's as simple as this, right? They took the play, the decision to go center of the circle when the pop went their way. They held that compound. Foot, they didn't have that luxury. They picked a compound on the edge. Unfortunately for them, you're on the wrong side. If that compound was over on the western side of the circle, you live a bit longer. But you were in the one section of the map which is going to draw all the attention of all those teams. You had Hive, you had Ascend, you had TMO, all of them firing towards the side of Foot. And this is the thing. Over a best of 12, which was this was, and if you include the 12 maps that they played at the weekend, Foot's performance wasn't good enough, right? No. They will tell you that. T-Bone will, I'm sure in your next podcast, T-Bone will say, we were not good enough. And I know it's disappointing for them, but Voptrox are the team that got in. Over the course of the 12 maps, tonight and yesterday, they did more, they deserved it, and they won the final map of the night too. Like, what a way for them to qualify through to the finals.
It literally is the consistency for them, right? They seem to find themselves in the top 4 all the time, and that's what we're talking about. Like, Voptrox deserve it. Yes, they might not have got all the wins they wanted to. They get the wins when it matters, and they qualify when it matters. They've been chipping away at the zone. Now, obviously, it didn't come through from the close qualifiers. They had to contend here. But you know, like, with sometimes when you see like events, like I'm going to go to football for a second, but some of the teams that start slow, they build this kind of momentum up. But the level of consistency from Voptrox is huge, right? And I think that is the big play. That is the big telltale sign. And actually, GG's, when it comes down to it, they got themselves in the placement points, and that's half the battle when it comes to PUBG.
Yeah, it really is. But at this point, all we can do is congratulate the teams that made it. A lot of these teams had a night and day change from last weekend to tonight and yesterday. Like, you look at the likes of Hive, you got to look at the Hype Beasts made a huge jump. Ascend turned their attention the right way this weekend. Like, I'm so impressed by how quickly some of these teams turned it around. And honestly, you look at this lobby coming up at the weekend. Yes, there's going to be 3 or 4 teams that everybody says these are the favorites. These are the teams we expect to make EWC. But on any given Sunday, anybody here can win. Yeah.
And I think that's a big thing. It is a big thing. Like, obviously now that is our top 8 teams, which should be confirmed. I've got no special graphic overlay, unfortunately, guys. Just barely got a leaderboard together, let's be honest, all right? That's how bad I am. But we can confirm Ascend will top the table, though, 102 points for them. Hypebeast will be in second, Hive in third, Vorpal Sword, Redline, CS, Fairy Tail, and more importantly, Voptrox will claim on the last game of the day. They'll be going through 73 points was our cutoff line, and Footy Sports will fall in 67th place. But we do have to say thank you. It's the end of the road for EWC, or the road to EWC, will end now for Foot, TMO, Risk, UST, 4PM, RFI, Savage, and 010 Esports. But let's not take anything away. We're talking about the top 24 teams actually at this stage. If you think about it, 26 actually, if you include TM and BB team. And unfortunately, we're going to be sending 8 of them home. 16 teams, though, will be going head-to-head Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, where we will only Gibson be taking 3 teams away, plus TM, plus BB, to our LAN that will be at EWC in Riyadh. I'm going to ask you on the spot now, mate. Give me one team, and you can't say Twisted Minds or BB, that are going to LAN, mate.
From EMEA?
From our region, yeah. You're in our region. Yeah. You're here. You're casting
Navi.
Navi.
Okay. And FaZe. I think Navi and the new look FaZe scares me. Like, Vard is such an addition.
Good shout. I'd also put VP in there as well.
Oh, yeah.
I think Navi looked insane.
And you got Geeky as well. Like, come on.
Yeah. Like
give
for
some
me,
talent to the rest of us.
No, see, for me, I like Navi looks strong. FaZe looks strong. Can they perform under the pressure? Like, Vard obviously does bring another level. I do need a bit more time to settle. I kind of maybe go FaZe Geeky. I think Geeky could be. They've had the taste of LAN now, right? So let's see if they can do some more. I think the third spot would be really, it'd be a duke out. I think we'll see one of these teams kind of launch ahead, and then we're going to see a fight for maybe 2, maybe 1 spot, and that would be kind of how we battle out over the final couple of days. But now that's it from us. Just thank everyone. If you haven't given this man a follow, give him a follow. He's a legend. We might be busy this week, and we're not quite sure. We'll let you know. But for now, we're going to end the show. We'll go rate someone if you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, thank you very much for the love. If you're on Twitter, keep on scrolling, baby. But we'll see you guys on the next stream. Peace.
It's my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town.